Hello there, my sleepy citizens. Tonight, we journey into the shadowed streets of Gotham City, where mysteries lurk and the Dark Knight stands vigilant against the forces of chaos. We bring you tales of Batman, uncovering different sides of the man behind the mask. And as our journey through these stories winds down, a calm ambience of Gotham's streets will carry you throughout the night, bringing you to restful sleep without interruptions from any ads. If you enjoy these tales, please be sure to give us a like, subscribe, and let me know in the comments what story you'd like to hear next. But for now, let's get cozy and step into the world of Gotham. The night was cold in Gotham City. Snow fell softly on the quiet streets below, coating the dark buildings in a gentle blanket of white. From his perch atop Wayne Tower, Batman watched his city sleep, noting how the usual urban chaos seemed muffled by the weather. Even the criminals, typically bold enough to venture out on winter nights, had sought shelter from the growing storm. Something about tonight felt different, though. The air carried a strange tension, like the pause before lightning strikes. Batman had learned over the years to trust these feelings. They usually meant trouble was brewing in his city. His radio crackled to life, Gordon's familiar voice confirming his instincts. "Batman, we've got another one, same as before, Museum District." The commissioner sounded tired, frustrated. This was the third break-in this month, and they were no closer to understanding the thief's true purpose. Each crime scene had been the same, professional work, nothing obviously stolen, but clear signs that someone had been searching through the museum's oldest collections. The Egyptian exhibits seemed to be of particular interest, though the curators couldn't identify anything missing from their catalogues. Batman spread his cape and glided down toward the museum district, where the old buildings stood like sleeping giants in the snow. Police lights painted the white ground in alternating splashes of red and blue. Gordon waited on the steps, collar turned up against the cold, breath forming clouds in the winter air. "They were careful again," Gordon said as Batman landed silently beside him. "Just like the other times. Security guards sleeping peacefully, drugged we assume. Cameras were looped. Whoever's doing this, they know what they're doing." Inside the museum's Egyptian wing, glass cases stood in perfect order, their contents apparently undisturbed. But Batman's trained eye caught the subtle signs others might miss. One case had been recently opened, the lock showing microscopic scratch marks that spoke of expert lockpicking. Inside, ancient scrolls lay arranged with suspicious precision. Domino took their time, Batman observed, studying the scene. They knew exactly what they were looking for. He moved to the security office, where the monitors showed normal footage, too normal. The camera feed had been professionally compromised, but one frame caught his attention. A reflection in the glass, barely visible, a man in an expensive suit. Batman recognized him as one of the Penguin's known associates. Back in the Batcave, Alfred brought steaming coffee while Batman examined high-resolution photos of the scrolls. The cave's computers hummed softly as they processed ancient text, attempting to decode writings that hadn't been read in centuries. "Most curious, sir," Alfred said, studying the images. "These appear to be far older than the museum's records indicate. Notice the style of hieroglyphs. They're unlike anything in our Egyptian databases." Batman nodded, zooming in on a particular symbol that kept repeating. It looked like a mixture of Egyptian writing and something else, something older. "These aren't just historical documents, Alfred. They're maps. The question is, maps to what?" The computer beeped, displaying an overlay of modern Gotham on top of the ancient drawings. Certain points aligned perfectly with the city's oldest buildings, places that existed long before Gotham was built, places that might still exist today, hidden beneath the streets and foundations of the modern city. At the Iceberg Lounge, warm light glowed against winter's chill. The Penguin sat at his private table, surrounded by maps and documents. His umbrella rested against his chair as he examined papers spread across the polished surface. Classical music played softly in the background. A counterpoint to the storm growing outside. "The pieces are falling into place," he told his assembled lieutenants. "Each artifact confirms what we suspected. The old ones, they knew about power, real power, and they hid it right here beneath what would become our city." He unrolled a weathered parchment, revealing more of the strange hybrid symbols. Our Egyptian friends were merely caretakers. The power they guarded came from something far older, something that slept here long before humans built their first cities. Across town, Batman followed the underground trail. The old subway tunnels held many secrets, their stones worn smooth by centuries of use. Water dripped steadily in the darkness, and his footsteps echoed off ancient walls. Here and there, fresh tool marks scarred the stone, signs of recent excavation. The tunnel air grew colder as Batman ventured deeper beneath the city. His light revealed more recent excavation sites, each one seemingly focused on areas where the ancient symbols appeared on the walls. Someone had been searching methodically, following a pattern only they understood. A sudden draft carried the smell of the river, mixed with something older, something that reminded Batman of the artifacts in the museum. Around the next bend, his light caught fresh tool marks and a recently uncovered opening. Inside, stone steps led down into darkness, their surfaces worn smooth by countless feet over centuries. Ancient symbols covered the walls, the same hybrid writing they'd found in the museum scrolls. But here, surrounded by stone and silence, their meaning seemed more ominous. Batman's trained eye noticed how the symbols changed subtly as they descended, becoming less Egyptian and more something else. At ground level, Gordon coordinated with museum officials, trying to create a comprehensive list of what might have been taken. Dr. Sarah Chen, the museum's chief archaeologist, spread documents across her office desk. "These pieces arrived in Gotham over a century ago," she explained. "The original documentation is sketchy at best, but there's something strange about them." She pulled out an old journal, its pages yellow with age. "The expedition that found them, they were looking for something specific, something they called the Winter Heart. Their notes talk about power hidden in the ice, about forces that could control the very essence of cold itself." Meanwhile, at the Iceberg Lounge, the Penguin received another delivery. His men carried in a small stone box covered in familiar symbols, handling it with extreme care. Inside, something pulsed with a faint blue light that seemed to drop the temperature of the entire room. "Excellent," Cobblepot said softly, studying the artifact. "With this, we have nearly all the pieces. Our friends at the museum never understood what they had. These aren't just relics, they're keys. Keys to power that slept beneath Gotham since before recorded history." In the Batcave, Alfred made a breakthrough. "Sir, look at this," he called, pointing to the computer screen. "I've been cross-referencing the symbols with pre-Egyptian writing systems. They share elements with something far older, writings found in ice caves across the ancient world, all of them speaking of a power that existed in the time before time." Batman studied the new information. The cold itself was alive, according to these writings, something conscious, something that could be communicated with if you knew how. He pulled up a map of Gotham's oldest districts. And somehow the earliest settlers of this area knew about it. They built the first structures of Gotham around something that was already here. The snow fell heavier now, blanketing the city in deepening white. From his office window, Gordon watched the storm grow stronger. Something about it felt unnatural. The way the clouds moved, the patterns in the falling snow. Like nature itself was responding to something stirring beneath the city. Deep underground, Batman's investigation led him to a larger chamber. Ancient columns rose into darkness, their surfaces carved with spiraling symbols that seemed to catch and reflect his light in impossible ways. The air here was significantly colder, and his breath formed clouds that moved against the draft, swirling in patterns that mimicked the wall carvings. He found more evidence of recent activity, equipment left behind, notes scattered on makeshift tables. The Penguin's men had been thorough in their search, and they'd found something. But what they'd left behind told Batman more than what they'd taken. Among the papers, he found references to the old lighthouse on Gotham's northern shore. The lighthouse had stood watch over the harbor since the city's founding. Local legends said it was built on top of something older, much older. Now, as Batman approached through the growing storm, he saw lights moving inside the supposedly abandoned structure. The Penguin's plan was reaching its culmination. Inside the Iceberg Lounge, Cobblepot made final preparations. The collected artifacts pulsed with stronger light now, their energies somehow responding to the strengthening storm. The ancients knew, he told his assembled men. They knew that true power wasn't about money or weapons. It was about connecting with forces that existed long before us. Forces that will exist long after we're gone. He ran a gloved hand over one of the glowing boxes. Tonight, we awaken something that slept beneath Gotham for millennia. The storm above. It's just the beginning. The winter heart is stirring, responding to our call. Soon we'll have power beyond anything this city has ever seen. The lighthouse stood dark against the storm-filled sky, its beacon long since extinguished. But tonight, strange lights moved behind its frost-covered windows. The wind carried whispers of ancient power, and the waves below crashed against the rocks with unnatural force. Even the snow seemed drawn to this place, swirling in patterns that defied natural law. Batman approached silently, using the storm's cover. Through the lighthouse windows, he could see the Penguin's men arranging the artifacts in a precise pattern. Each stone box pulsed with that eerie blue light, stronger now than ever before. The temperature around the lighthouse had dropped so low that ice formed instantly on every surface. Inside, Cobblepot stood at the center of his arranged artifacts, consulting an ancient text with careful attention. His breath frosted in the air as he read words that hadn't been spoken aloud in thousands of years. With each phrase, the boxes pulsed brighter, and the storm outside responded with increasing fury. "You see, Batman," the Penguin said without turning, somehow aware of the Dark Knight's presence. "Gotham has always been special. The founders didn't choose this location by chance. They built here because something was already waiting. Something powerful. Something that's been sleeping all these years." The boxes began to resonate, their light pulsing in harmony. The very air seemed to thicken with ancient energy as Cobblepot continued his incantation. Outside, the storm intensified, snow and ice swirling in impossible patterns around the lighthouse. "The Egyptians weren't the first to know about it," Penguin continued. "They were just the latest in a long line of caretakers, the power of winter itself, alive, conscious, waiting for someone who could understand its true potential." Batman moved carefully through the charged air, analyzing the pattern of artifacts. The symbols on each box aligned with ones on the lighthouse walls, hidden marks that had been there since the structure's creation. This building wasn't just a lighthouse, it was a temple, a focus point for something ancient and powerful. "Think of what we could do with this power, Batman," Cobblepot urged. "Control over winter itself, the ability to freeze our enemies, to reshape Gotham according to our vision. The city would have no choice but to bow to us." But Batman saw what the Penguin couldn't, or wouldn't. The energy was becoming unstable. The lighthouse stones groaned under the increasing pressure. This power wasn't meant to be controlled. The ancient caretakers hadn't been trying to use it. They'd been keeping it contained, preventing it from growing too strong. The storm reached a fever pitch. Lightning, impossibly blue and cold, struck the lighthouse repeatedly. The box's glow became blinding, and frost crystals grew like living things across every surface. The temperature plummeted further, and the very air began to crystallize. "Stop this, Cobblepot," Batman warned, fighting against the intensifying cold. "This power isn't meant to be awakened. The ancients weren't trying to use it. They were protecting us from it." But it was too late. The final words were spoken, and the box's light converged at the lighthouse's center. A column of pure winter energy shot upward, shattering the lighthouse cap. The storm rushed in, snow and wind howling through the opening, but instead of dispersing the energy, it fed it. The penguin laughed in triumph, but his victory was short-lived. The power was growing beyond anyone's control. Ice spread rapidly across the floor, up the walls, reaching for them with crystalline fingers. The blue light began to take shape, something vast, ancient, and utterly inhuman. Batman knew they had moments to act. His research hadn't just revealed the awakening ritual, it had also shown how the ancients had contained this power when it grew too strong. The symbols had to be activated in precise sequence, using the same artifacts that had awakened it. Fighting against the supernatural cold, Batman began to move the boxes. Each one had to be placed just so, aligned with marks that had been carved into the lighthouse floor centuries ago. The penguin, realizing his mistake as the ice closed in, found himself helping, self-preservation overriding his ambition. Together, they rearranged the artifacts even as the storm raged around them. Batman spoke the containment words, his voice carrying power that surprised even him. The boxes responded, their light-changing frequency, shifting from awakening to binding. The ancient force fought against the containment, but the pattern was too strong, the ritual too deeply ingrained in the very stones of the lighthouse. Slowly, the wild energy began to collapse in on itself, drawing the storm with it. The temperature gradually rose, and the ice stopped its advance. As the power retreated, the box's light dimmed to a faint glow. The storm outside calmed, returning to natural patterns. Inside the lighthouse, Batman and the penguin stood in exhausted silence, frost coating their clothes, their breath still visible in the cold air. "It was never meant to be controlled," Batman said finally. "Some powers are meant to stay sleeping." The penguin nodded slowly, his usual arrogance replaced by something like wisdom. Perhaps some mysteries should remain mysteries. In the days that followed, the artifacts were separated and hidden in new locations throughout Gotham. The lighthouse was repaired, its ancient symbols carefully preserved but dormant once more. Winter returned to its natural rhythms, and the city slowly forgot the strange storm that had nearly awakened something ancient and powerful. But on cold nights, when snow falls softly on Gotham streets, those who know what to look for might see patterns in the ice crystals, remnants of a power that sleeps beneath the city, guarded by secrets as old as winter itself. And so our tale comes to an end, dear friends. Let the gentle snow outside your window lull you to sleep, knowing that Gotham's guardian stands watch over both the city and its ancient secrets. Dream of soft snowfall and quiet nights, of mysteries solved and powers returned to their peaceful slumber. Rest now and sleep well, knowing that some powers are meant to stay gentle, like the winter night that carries you to peaceful dreams. In the days before the lighthouse confrontation, Gotham had begun to change in subtle ways. The winter's grip on the city grew stronger, but not in any natural pattern. Streets near the old underground chambers developed patches of ice that never melted, no matter how much salt the city workers spread. In Robinson Park, trees bloomed with impossible frost flowers, their petals crystalline and perfect. At the Gotham Museum, Dr. Chen continued her research, working closely with Batman to understand the true nature of the artifacts. Her office had become a maze of ancient texts and modern analysis equipment. The earliest records speak of a time before summer existed, she explained, showing Batman a particularly ancient scroll. They tell of a world locked in eternal winter, and of beings that thrived in that endless cold. The museum's basement held more secrets. Behind climate-controlled doors, other artifacts waited, pieces that the Penguin hadn't yet found. Batman and Dr. Chen carefully documented each one, noting how they seemed to resonate with each other when brought close together. Even in their sealed cases, frost patterns would form on the glass, creating those same hybrid symbols they'd seen elsewhere. Meanwhile, Alfred's research in the Batcave uncovered personal journals from Gotham's founding families. "They chose this location specifically, sir," he reported, carefully turning pages that were brittle with age. "They didn't just build a city here, they built a seal, using the very buildings themselves as part of the containment pattern. The pieces began to fit together. Gotham's oldest buildings, when viewed from above, formed specific patterns. The original street layout, since obscured by centuries of development, had been designed with purpose. The city itself was an elaborate lock, keeping something ancient and powerful in a carefully maintained slumber. Deep beneath the streets, in the chambers Batman had discovered, more evidence emerged. The walls weren't just carved with symbols. They were lined with a strange, dark metal that seemed to absorb both light and heat. Analysis proved it was older than any known human civilization, its composition defying modern scientific understanding. The Penguin's research had led him to similar conclusions, but he had drawn different implications from the evidence. In his private chambers above the Iceberg Lounge, he had accumulated his own collection of artifacts and documents. His understanding of the ancient power was growing daily, along with his ambition to control it. The Ancient Ones didn't lack the power to control it, he told his inner circle, showing them manuscripts spread across his desk. They lacked the vision, the technology, the will. We have all three. But there were signs that the power was already exceeding anyone's ability to control it. The strange storm that surrounded the lighthouse grew stronger with each passing hour. Ice formed in impossible patterns, creating structures that seemed almost architectural in their complexity. The very air hummed with potential energy. Gordon, coordinating with emergency services, began quietly evacuating the areas closest to the water. He'd seen enough in his years protecting Gotham to recognize when something was beyond normal police work. The growing storm, the impossible ice formations, the dropping temperatures, it all pointed to something that only Batman might be able to handle. In the Batcave, final preparations were underway. Batman had modified his suit to withstand extreme cold, but testing showed that even these adaptations might not be enough against the temperatures they were recording near the lighthouse. Alfred worked to integrate heating elements that wouldn't fail under supernatural cold. The ancient texts speak of a specific sequence, Batman said, studying the documents spread before him. The power doesn't just need to be contained, it needs to be convinced. The patterns, the symbols, they're not just writing, they're a language for communicating with winter itself. The storm intensified as night fell. Ice formed across the harbor, spreading outward from the lighthouse in crystalline patterns that mimicked the ancient symbols. The sky above Gotham turned an unnatural shade of blue-white, and the air itself began to feel heavy with potential. The approach to the lighthouse tested Batman's modified equipment to its limits. The temperature dropped with each step closer, and ice formed on his suit faster than the heating elements could melt it. Around him, the air filled with crystalline structures that seemed to grow like living things, forming and reforming into patterns that hurt the eyes if viewed too long. Inside the lighthouse, the Penguin's men worked with precise coordination, placing each artifact according to astronomical alignments that had been calculated centuries ago. The box's blue light painted everything in shades of Arctic twilight, and each breath froze instantly in the supernaturally cold air. "The time approaches," Cobblepot announced, consulting an ancient timepiece that seemed to measure something other than normal hours. "The stars align just as they did when the Ancient Ones first bound this power. But we won't bind it. We'll embrace it, control it, use it." The artifacts began to resonate with each other, their hue building to a physical presence that made teeth ache and bones vibrate. The hybrid symbols on their surfaces started to move, flowing like liquid mercury despite being carved in stone. Each box released tendrils of pure cold that reached for its neighbors, forming a web of frozen energy. Batman, observing from the shadows, saw what the Penguin couldn't. The ancient texts had been clear. This power wasn't just a force of nature. It was conscious, ancient, and utterly alien to human understanding. The elaborate containment system built by Gotham's founders wasn't meant to harness this power. It was meant to keep it dreaming, preventing it from fully entering our reality. Outside, the storm reached impossible intensities. Snow fell upward as often as down, forming spirals and patterns that mirrored the moving symbols on the artifacts. The lighthouse beam, dark for decades, suddenly ignited with blue-white light that seemed to draw the storm's energy toward it, like a lens focusing sunlight. Gordon, watching from the safety of the mainland, coordinated the emergency response. "Keep everyone back," he ordered through chattering teeth. "Nothing gets within a mile of that lighthouse." He'd seen the temperature readings. They didn't make sense. Heat itself seemed to be freezing. In the Batcave, Alfred monitored the situation through an array of sensors. "The energy readings are off the charts, sir," he reported through the comlink. "The entire harbor is freezing solid, and the ice, it's not normal ice. The crystalline structure is unlike anything in our database." The Penguin raised his arms as the ritual reached its crescendo. The artifact's light had become blinding, and the air filled with ice crystals that moved with deliberate purpose, forming and reforming into three-dimensional versions of the ancient symbols. Each box now floated several inches above the floor, suspended in webs of frozen energy. "Do you feel it?" Cobblepot called out, his voice carrying an unnatural resonance. "The power of winter itself. No more will Gotham resist us. No more will anyone resist us. With this power, we'll reshape the city according to our vision." But as the energy built toward its peak, the true nature of what they'd awakened began to reveal itself. The light from the artifact shifted, taking on colors that didn't exist in human experience. The temperature dropped beyond what any instruments could measure, and in the center of the energy web, something began to take shape. Something vast and ancient and utterly inhuman. Batman recognized the moment to act. The containment ritual would only work at the point of maximum awakening, when the barrier between sleeping and waking was thinnest. He moved with practiced precision, each step calculated despite the supernatural cold that tried to freeze him in place. The first artifact had to be turned exactly 45 degrees counterclockwise. The second raised precisely 8 inches. Each movement had to be perfect, had to match the measurements laid out in the ancient texts. One mistake would doom the entire effort. The ancient power continued to manifest, its form defying normal physics. What began as swirling ice crystals evolved into structures that seemed to fold through dimensions beyond human perception. The lighthouse trembled as reality itself bent around the awakening force. Batman moved with calculated precision, even as the cold tried to freeze him in place. Each artifact had to be repositioned exactly, forming a new pattern, one designed not to awaken but to guide back to slumber. The Penguin's men, realizing the danger, began to flee, but Cobblepot himself stood transfixed by what he'd unleashed. "It's beautiful," he whispered, frost forming on his monocle. "But not what I expected." The power was revealing itself now, not as a force to be controlled, but as something conscious and vast. In its presence, human ambitions seemed as insignificant as snowflakes in an avalanche. The containment ritual required perfect timing. As Batman positioned the third artifact, ancient symbols on the lighthouse walls began to glow. These had been hidden beneath centuries of paint and plaster, waiting for this moment. The building's original purpose was revealing itself. Not just a lighthouse, but a beacon designed to communicate with something ancient and powerful. "The pattern," Batman called out, his voice carrying over the supernatural storm. "Cobblepot, look at the pattern. Your research was right, but not in the way you thought. These aren't tools for controlling the power. They're keys to a lock that works both ways." Understanding dawned in the Penguin's eyes. His weeks of research, his careful study of the ancient texts, it all shifted into new perspective. The hybrid symbols weren't instructions for domination. They were part of a sophisticated communication system, designed to negotiate with a force that existed before human civilization. Together, they began the containment ritual. Each artifact had to be turned in sequence, each movement precisely timed to the pulses of energy now filling the lighthouse. The ancient writings weren't just symbols. They were a language, a way to speak with winter itself. Outside, Gordon and his men watched in awe as the storm reached impossible intensity. The lighthouse beam, now burning with that otherworldly blue-white light, cut through the chaos like a blade of frozen fire. Ice formations grew and shifted across the harbor, creating structures that seemed almost like cities, or memories of cities that existed before history began. In the Batcave, Alfred monitored readings that defied conventional physics. "The temperature is beyond anything our instruments can measure," he reported. "But it's changing, sir. The pattern is shifting. Whatever you're doing, it appears to be working." The ancient power fought against the containment, but not with malice, more like a dreamer resisting the end of a dream. Batman and the Penguin continued their careful work, each movement part of a conversation older than language itself. The artifacts pulsed in harmony, their light shifting from awakening to soothing. Slowly, the manifestation began to recede. The impossible ice structures dissolved, not melting, but simply fading like memories. The temperature gradually rose, though patches of supernatural cold would linger in Gotham's oldest places for weeks to come. The storm calmed, snow returning to its natural patterns. As the power returned to its slumber, both Batman and the Penguin understood something profound. This force wasn't evil or good, it was simply other, a remnant of a time before warm-blooded life claimed dominion over Earth. The Ancient Ones hadn't fought it. They had learned to live alongside it, to guard its sleep and ensure it wouldn't be disturbed by the younger, warmer world. In the aftermath, changes had to be made. The artifacts were separated, hidden in new locations throughout Gotham. The lighthouse was restored, its ancient symbols preserved but dormant. The Penguin, humbled by his encounter with something truly powerful, redirected his research toward understanding rather than controlling. Gotham gradually returned to normal, though subtle changes remained. The winter seemed gentler now, as if the city's ancient resident, even in its sleep, remembered the respect it had been shown. Ice formations sometimes took on strangely beautiful patterns, and the snow fell with unusual grace around the city's oldest buildings. Batman made sure the knowledge was preserved properly this time. Working with Dr. Chen and the museum, they created a secure archive of the true history, not to hide it, but to ensure it would be understood correctly by future generations. Some powers weren't meant to be controlled, but they did need to be understood and respected. On quiet winter nights, those who know what to look for might still see echoes of that ancient power, in the way frost forms on windows in perfect geometric patterns, in the strange grace of snowflakes falling through still air, in the peaceful hush that comes with the deepest cold. The winter heart of Gotham still beats, slow and steady, dreaming its ancient dreams beneath the modern city. Gordon kept a careful eye on the lighthouse, though its beam never again shone with that supernatural light. Sometimes, on particularly cold nights, he would stand at the harbor's edge, watching ice form on the dark water, and remember the night he saw something ancient and wonderful nearly wake from its long sleep. The Penguin returned to his usual business at the Iceberg Lounge, though those who knew him well noticed subtle changes. His private library now focused on preservation rather than power, and on cold nights he could sometimes be seen standing at his window, watching the snow fall with an expression of profound respect. And while the ancient winter power beneath Gotham returned to its peaceful slumber, another tale of ice and snow was about to unfold. For in this city there exist many kinds of cold, some ancient and mysterious, others born from more recent tragedy. Tonight we follow Batman as he encounters a different kind of winter, one created not by supernatural forces, but by a man's frozen heart and his endless love. The winter wind howled through Gotham's streets, but this night's bitter cold had nothing to do with natural weather. Batman stood on a rooftop near Gotham General Hospital, his cape whipping in the icy breeze as he studied the frozen patterns spreading across nearby buildings. Victor Fries had been busy tonight. The trail of ice led from the hospital's research wing through the medical district, each frozen pathway telling a story of desperate searching. But this time was different. The freezing hadn't been violent or destructive. Instead, the ice formed delicate, almost beautiful patterns, like frost on a window pane. Batman knew why. Earlier that day, Dr. Gregory Morris had announced a breakthrough in cryogenic medicine. His research might hold the key to safely reviving patients from deep freeze. Patients like Nora Freeze. The news had spread quickly through Gotham's medical community, and where such news traveled, Mr. Freeze would surely follow. Inside his cowl, the temperature sensors were dropping steadily. The cold was deepening, but in a controlled way. Victor was being careful, methodical. He wasn't here to hurt anyone tonight. He was here for hope. The hospital's research wing stood quiet in the growing frost. Security guards had been gently incapacitated, sleeping peacefully under thin blankets of snow, their vital signs stable. Even the security systems had been disabled with surprising care, ice forming in just the right places to freeze circuits without causing permanent damage. Batman followed the trail of crystalline patterns down empty corridors. The cold intensified as he approached the cryogenics lab. Here, the ice took on more complex forms, like frozen fractals growing across the walls and ceiling. Beautiful and haunting, just like the story of the man who created them. Through the frosted glass of the lab doors, he could see Mr. Freeze. The armored figure stood perfectly still, reading research notes with intense focus. The room around him had been transformed into a winter garden, every surface covered in intricate ice formations that caught and reflected the dim emergency lighting. "I know you're there, Batman." Freeze's mechanically filtered voice was quiet, almost tired. "But please, not tonight." Batman pushed open the door, frost crunching under his gloves. "Dr. Morris's research, you think it could help her?" Victor didn't turn from his reading. His armored hands gently turned pages of research notes, careful not to damage them with his touch. "It's promising. The cellular preservation techniques he's developed, they could be the missing piece." The room grew colder as Freeze spoke, his emotions affecting the temperature despite his best efforts at control. Ice crystals formed in the air, catching the light like diamond dust. The effect was mesmerizing, peaceful despite the tension between the two men. "I've studied his work before," Batman said softly. "The research is still theoretical, untested. Everything was theoretical once." Freeze finally turned to face him. Through his domed helmet, his eyes held a familiar pain. Every cure, every treatment, every medical breakthrough started as a theory. Someone had to be first. Batman moved closer, his boots crunching on the frozen floor. The research papers on the desk were now rimmed with frost, but still perfectly legible. Dr. Morris's work was groundbreaking, a new approach to cellular preservation that might prevent the damage usually caused by the freezing process. "Victor," Batman said carefully, "I understand why you're here, but taking these research notes won't help. Dr. Morris needs time to complete his work, to run proper trials." "Time." The word came out like a frozen sigh. "Time is the one thing Nora and I don't have. Every day she stays frozen is another day that damage could be occurring. Every delay is a risk I can't afford to take." The ice formations in the room grew more complex as Freeze's emotions surged. Delicate spires rose from the floor, and frost patterns spread across the windows like living things. But still, there was no aggression in it. Only beauty and sadness and desperate hope. Batman watched the ice grow, remembering other nights like this. How many times had he and Victor fought? How many times had their battles ended with broken ice and shattered dreams? But tonight felt different. Tonight there might be another way. What if you could work with Dr. Morris? Batman suggested. Your knowledge of cryogenics combined with his breakthrough, you might achieve more together than either of you could alone. The ice stopped spreading. Freeze stood perfectly still, considering. In the quiet laboratory, surrounded by their frozen breath and crystalline formations, a moment of possibility hung suspended like a snowflake in still air. Would never agree, Freeze said finally. Not with my reputation. Not with what I've done. Let me talk to him, Batman offered. Your research, your experience with cryogenic preservation, it's valuable. It could help perfect his techniques, make them safer, help more people than just Nora. At the mention of his wife's name, the temperature dropped sharply, but this time, the ice that formed took shape with deliberate purpose. On the desk, frost gathered into an image. Nora's face, beautiful and serene as the day Victor had first frozen her to save her life. Do you know what day it is, Batman? Freeze's voice was barely a whisper. 20 years ago today, I made the choice to freeze her, to give her a chance at a future cure. I thought it would be months, maybe a year. I never imagined. The ice portrait of Nora grew more detailed as Victor spoke. Every line of her face rendered in crystalline perfection, preserving a moment from a happier time, before the disease, before the accident, before Victor's transformation into Mr. Freeze. 2 decades of winter, he continued, of watching the world move forward while we stay frozen in time. Sometimes I wonder if she would forgive me, if she knew how long it's been, if she would understand what I've become in my quest to save her. Batman moved to stand beside Freeze, both of them looking down at the frozen portrait. She loved you, Victor. Everything you've done out of love. That matters. Does it? The question hung in the cold air. Does love justify what I've become, the people I've hurt, the lines I've crossed? Love isn't the problem, Batman said quietly. It's what gives you strength to keep going. But it can also give you strength to change, to find better ways. The portrait of Nora began to fade as new frost patterns formed. Floor plans of the hospital, diagrams of Dr. Morris's lab equipment, notes about his research, all rendered in perfect ice crystals. Victor was already planning, calculating, seeing how his knowledge could complement Morris's work. If he agrees, Freeze said slowly, if we could work together, how would this happen? The authorities would never allow it. Wayne Enterprises has a secure research facility, Batman offered. Top-level cryogenics lab, full medical suite, everything you'd need. Under supervised conditions, you and Dr. Morris could continue the research safely. Legally, the ice structures in the room shifted again, becoming more ordered, more purposeful. Hope, Batman had learned, could change the very nature of things, even the patterns of frost that Victor unconsciously created. In Norla, the facility could accommodate her stasis chamber, full medical monitoring, backup power systems, everything she has now but with better security, better care. Freeze stood silent for a long moment, considering. Outside the lab windows, Gotham's natural winter snowfall had begun again, adding its gentle patterns to Victor's artificial ice. The two winters meeting, mixing, creating something new and beautiful. 20 years, Freeze said finally. 20 years of fighting, stealing, hurting others in my quest to help her. Perhaps it's time to try another way. As if responding to his decision, the ice in the room began to recede, not melting, but withdrawing with purpose, leaving the lab equipment and research notes untouched. The beautiful but dangerous winter garden transformed back into a normal medical facility. I'll need time, Batman said, to talk to Dr. Morris, to set up the facility, a few days at most. Freeze nodded slowly. I'll return Nora to her secure location. Wait for your signal. He paused, looking at the now clear windows where his frost patterns had been. Thank you for offering a different path. As Victor turned to leave, the last of his ice formations faded away, all except one. the small portrait of Nora remained on the desk, a perfect crystalline reminder of why all of this mattered. Batman carefully preserved it in a special container, knowing it would mean something to both Victor and Dr. Morris when they began their work together. The night settled back into its natural winter rhythms. The security guards would wake soon, remembering only a strangely peaceful sleep filled with dreams of snow. Dr. Morris's research remained safe in its place, waiting to be combined with Victor's knowledge in a legitimate pursuit of a cure. Batman stood on the hospital roof, watching the snow fall on Gotham. Somewhere in the city, Victor Freeze was returning to where he kept Nora safe, probably already planning how to adapt his research to work alongside Dr. Morris's breakthroughs. The night's cold began to feel less bitter, more like the gentle chill of hope. Tomorrow would bring new challenges. Convincing Dr. Morris, setting up the secure facility, ensuring everything was legal and safe. But for tonight, in the quiet hours between midnight and dawn, a small piece of warmth had found its way into Victor's frozen world, and sometimes that's where healing begins. Batman's cape caught the winter wind as he prepared to return to his patrol. Below him, the city slept peacefully, natural snow slowly covering the last traces of Victor's artificial ice. Two kinds of winter, meeting and merging. Reminder that even in Gotham's darkest corners, hope could bloom like frost flowers in the night. In the following days, Gotham's winter grew gentler. The harsh cold that usually accompanied Mr. Freeze's activities gave way to natural snowfall and peaceful nights. But beneath this calm surface, careful preparations were being made. In the Batcave, Bruce Wayne reviewed security footage from the hospital encounter. Alfred stood nearby, preparing hot coffee as they discussed the night's events. "It's quite remarkable, sir," Alfred said, studying the frozen portrait of Nora that Batman had preserved. "Even in his darkest moments, Mr. Freeze's love for his wife creates something beautiful." Bruce nodded, bringing up blueprints for the Wayne Enterprises facility on the computer. "The secure lab is almost ready." Dr. Morris was hesitant at first, but seeing Victor's ice portrait of Nora, it helped him understand. Sometimes the most human parts of us show through in unexpected ways. The facility itself was a marvel of modern science. Located in a quiet corner of the Wayne Enterprises research campus, it combined top-level security with state-of-the-art cryogenic equipment. Every detail had been carefully planned to accommodate both the sensitive research and Victor's unique condition. Dr. Morris spent hours studying Freeze's previous research. "This is extraordinary," he told Bruce Wayne during their preparation meeting. His understanding of cellular preservation, he was years ahead of his time. If only he'd had the proper support back then, proper funding. The doctor's voice trailed off, perhaps thinking about how different things might have been, how many lives might have been saved if Victor Freeze hadn't been forced down his darker path. In his cold sanctuary, Victor prepared for the move with meticulous care. Each adjustment to Nora's stasis chamber was checked and rechecked. The readings that he'd monitored faithfully for 20 years were recorded and preserved. Every detail of her condition documented with scientific precision and loving attention. The night of the transfer arrived with gentle snowfall. Batman personally oversaw the operation, watching as Victor's old equipment was carefully integrated with the new facility's systems. The security teams maintained a respectful distance, understanding that this wasn't just a scientific procedure, it was the careful relocation of someone's whole world. Nora's stasis chamber gleamed under the laboratory lights, frost patterns dancing across its surface as Victor made final adjustments. Dr. Morris stood nearby, fascinated by the precise control Freeze demonstrated over temperature and ice formation. "The cold responds to your emotions," Morris observed quietly. "But you've learned to direct it, haven't you? To use it with surgical precision." Victor's hands moved carefully over the controls. "Necessity teaches many things, Doctor. When every degree of temperature can mean life or death, you learn control. You learn patience. The two scientists began to work together, their different approaches to the same problem creating new possibilities. Morris's theoretical breakthroughs combined with Freeze's practical experience, forming the foundation of something promising. Days turned to weeks. The facility became a place of quiet purpose. Victor's presence, once feared throughout Gotham, became a regular part of the research campus routine. Security teams grew accustomed to the cold patches in hallways, to the slight drop in temperature that heralded his approach. Batman made regular visits, both in costume and as Bruce Wayne. He watched the progression of the research, saw how Victor's desperate pursuit of a cure gradually transformed into methodical scientific work. The ice formations that usually accompanied Freeze's presence became less chaotic, more structured, reflecting his growing sense of peace. Dr. Morris's original breakthrough expanded under their collaboration. What began as a theory about cellular preservation grew into a comprehensive approach to cryogenic recovery. Each small success brought them closer to their goal, each setback met with determined problem-solving rather than despair. One quiet evening, Batman found Victor standing alone in the observation room beside Nora's chamber. The walls were covered in a delicate layer of frost that formed complex mathematical equations. Victor's thoughts made visible in ice. 20 years, Freeze said without turning. For so long, I thought rage and force were the only ways forward, that I had to fight the world to save her. The equations in the frost shifted, becoming gentler patterns. I never considered that the world might be willing to help if I approached it differently. Batman moved to stand beside him. Through the observation window, Nora's peaceful face was visible in her frosted chamber. The monitoring equipment showed strong, stable readings. She was being maintained more safely here than ever before. People fear what they don't understand, Batman replied. But fear can turn to understanding given the chance. Your work with Dr. Morris is proving that. The frost patterns shifted again, forming images of DNA strands and cellular structures. We're close to something, Batman. Not just for Nora, but for others. Morris thinks our research could help trauma patients, advance organ preservation techniques, save lives. That's what you always wanted, isn't it? To save lives, to prevent others from suffering losses like yours. Victor's armored hand touched the glass gently. Yes, though I lost sight of that somewhere along the way, got lost in the cold. Outside the facility, Gotham's natural winter continued its peaceful course. Inside, two brilliant minds worked to turn tragedy into hope, to find warmth in the coldest places. And somewhere between these extremes, a man frozen by grief slowly began to thaw, finding his way back to the healer he had once been. The security logs would show that Victor Freeze spent every free moment by Nora's chamber, just as he had for 20 years. But now, the ice that formed around him shaped itself into images of future possibilities, rather than past regrets. Each crystalline pattern spoke of hope, of healing, of a spring that might finally come after the longest winter. As spring approached Gotham, the work in the facility reached a crucial phase. The combined research of Morris and Freeze had yielded remarkable results. In their specialized laboratory, test tissues were being successfully revived from deep freeze with minimal damage, something that had never been achieved before. Late one night, Bruce Wayne found both scientists still working, their different approaches creating an unusual harmony. Morris's conventional lab equipment operated alongside Victor's custom-built ice chambers, each complementing the other's purpose. "Mr. Wayne," Morris greeted him, excitement clear in his voice. "You should see these results. The cellular preservation is remarkable, and the revival process, it's beyond anything I'd hoped for." Victor stood at his own workstation, careful, maintaining his suit's cold field to protect himself while allowing precise control of his experiments. The ice around him formed complex, crystalline structures that seemed to map the very processes they were studying. "We're applying for peer review," Morris continued. "Anonymous, of course, but the implications. This could revolutionize emergency medicine, organ transplantation, everything we thought we knew about preservation and recovery." Bruce studied their data carefully. Years of working as Batman had given him considerable scientific knowledge, and what he saw was impressive. They weren't just solving the problem of cryogenic revival, they were advancing the entire field of medical preservation. "And Nora?" Bruce asked quietly. Victor's hand stilled on his equipment. "We are proceeding carefully. Each successful test brings us closer, but..." He paused, ice crystals forming and dissolving around him as he gathered his thoughts. "I've waited 20 years. I can wait a little longer to be certain." This patience, this scientific caution, was perhaps the greatest sign of Victor's transformation. The desperate man who had once risked everything on untested procedures was now methodically proving each step, ensuring absolute safety before proceeding. In the observation room, Nora's chamber had been upgraded with their latest innovations. The monitoring equipment showed stronger readings than ever, and the preservation system incorporated their new techniques. She slept peacefully, surrounded by the fruits of 2 decades of dedication and recent cooperation. Spring rains began to fall outside, but within the facility, winter maintained its careful hold. Victor's presence created a controlled cold zone that expanded and contracted with his movements, but now it felt less like a barrier and more like a specialized environment. The research staff had grown used to wearing thermal gear in certain labs, accepting it as just another scientific necessity. One particularly successful evening, after achieving another breakthrough in tissue revival, Morris approached Victor with an idea. "We should publish your earlier research too," he suggested. "Your original work on cryogenic preservation. It was brilliant, just ahead of its time. The scientific community should know." Victor looked up from his calculations, frost swirling around him. "That work, it led to what I became, to what I did. It also led to this." Morris gestured at their lab, at the successful experiments, at Nora's carefully maintained chamber. "Science itself isn't good or evil, Victor. It's how we use it. And now we're using it to help people." The concept seemed to affect Freeze deeply. Ice crystals formed complex patterns around him, beautiful fractals that spoke of order emerging from chaos. His past work, born of desperate love but sound science, might finally serve its intended purpose: to heal, to preserve, to save lives. His heart... Batman, watching through the facility's security feeds in the Batcave, saw another piece of Victor Freeze's redemption falling into place. The man who had been shunned by the scientific community, driven to darkness by desperation and grief, was finding his way back to the light through the very work that had once been his downfall. Alfred, bringing Bruce his evening coffee, paused to study the footage. "Rather remarkable, isn't it, sir? How the right environment can help someone find their way back to who they were meant to be." "Who they were always meant to be," Bruce agreed, watching Victor and Morris work together seamlessly, their different methods creating something greater than either could have achieved alone. As the seasons changed outside, the facility maintained its careful balance of warmth and cold, of cutting-edge technology and controlled ice, of desperate hope transformed into methodical progress. Victor Freeze, the man Gotham had known only as a frozen villain, was gradually being recognized in scientific circles as a brilliant researcher, his work with Morris drawing careful attention from the medical community. And in her chamber, Nora slept on, surrounded by the results of her husband's 20-year dedication. The ice that preserved her now was not just born of desperate love, but of scientific precision and careful collaboration. Her eventual awakening, when it came, would be not a rushed experiment, but a carefully planned medical procedure. Spring flowers bloomed across Gotham, but in one corner of Wayne Enterprises, winter maintained its gentle hold. Not the harsh winter of desperation and anger that had marked Victor's criminal years, but a controlled cold that preserved and protected, that worked in harmony with warmth to create something new and hopeful. Batman's patrols still took him past the facility most nights, but now he watched over a place of healing rather than a potential threat. The security system stayed active, the protocols remained in place, but they protected important research rather than contained a dangerous criminal. Victor continued his work with unwavering focus, but the ice that formed around him now told stories of scientific breakthrough rather than personal loss. Each crystalline pattern that spread across his workstation mapped the path toward revival, toward healing, toward a future that once seemed impossible. And in the quiet hours before dawn, when most of Gotham slept, two scientists, one surrounded by careful warmth, one sustained by necessary cold, continued their work. Together they proved that even the deepest winter could nurture seeds of hope, waiting for the right season to bloom. The summer heat settled over Gotham, but within the specialized labs, progress continued at a careful pace. Each test brought new successes, each breakthrough building on the last. The partnership between Morris and Freeze had grown into something remarkable, a balance of innovation and precision that produced consistent results. One quiet evening, as the sun set over the city, Victor made a discovery. His hands moved carefully over the controls of their latest experiment, ice forming in precise patterns that reflected his growing excitement. "Dr. Morris," he called softly, his mechanically filtered voice carrying a note of restrained hope. "Look at these cellular restoration rates." Morris hurried over, adjusting his thermal gear as he entered Victor's cold zone. The data scrolling across their screens told a story that seemed almost impossible: complete cellular revival with minimal degradation. "The tissue samples," Morris breathed, checking and rechecking the readings. "They're showing better recovery rates than natural healing. The cold preservation actually enhanced the restoration process." Batman, who had been making his nightly check of the facility, stepped out of the shadows to study their results. Even through his cowl's enhanced vision, the success was clear. They hadn't just solved the problem of cryogenic revival. They discovered something entirely new. The implications were staggering. This wasn't just about reviving frozen tissue anymore. Their research could revolutionize emergency medicine, extend the viability of donor organs, even help heal severe trauma. And for Nora, Victor stood before his wife's chamber, his armored hand resting gently on the frosted glass. The ice patterns around him moved with unusual fluidity, reflecting emotions too complex for words. "We'll need more tests," he said quietly. "More trials. We have to be absolutely certain." Morris nodded, understanding. "Of course. But Victor, I think we're ready to begin the final preparation phase." The ice crystals in the air seemed to pause, hanging suspended like moments frozen in time. After 20 years of winter, the first real promise of spring was approaching. But like any scientist, any husband, Victor needed to be sure. Over the next weeks, their work took on new intensity. Every test was run multiple times, every variable accounted for. Bruce Wayne authorized whatever resources they needed, understanding that this wasn't just about one patient anymore. It was about changing the future of medicine itself. The research staff grew used to working in shifts around the clock, adapting to the constant cycle of tests and observations. They wore their thermal gear like badges of honor, proud to be part of something revolutionary. In quiet moments, Victor could often be found in the observation room, watching Nora's peaceful face through the frosted glass. The ice formations around him had changed over the months, no longer chaotic crystals born of desperation, but precise architectural structures that spoke of hope built on solid foundations. Batman made more frequent visits as the work progressed, both to observe their successes and to ensure security remained tight. News of their breakthroughs had begun to circulate in medical circles, drawing attention both welcome and concerning. The protocols are updated hourly, Victor assured him during one such visit. No one can access the research without proper authorization. I won't let my work be misused again. The Dark Knight nodded, understanding the weight behind those words. Victor Fries had learned the hard way what happened when desperate hope pushed science too far, too fast. This time, every step would be carefully measured, every advance properly documented and secured. On a quiet Sunday morning, as Gotham's summer heat baked the streets above, the team gathered for a crucial meeting. The final test results were in, verified by independent labs under strict confidentiality. Success rates that seemed impossible months ago were now consistently reproducible. "We're ready," Morris announced simply. The words hung in the air like snowflakes, delicate and full of potential. Victor stood perfectly still, his cold field creating gentle patterns of frost on the floor around him. "How long?" he asked. "The preparation phase will take 3 weeks," Morris explained. "We'll gradually adjust the preservation parameters, implement the new protocols step by step. Then," he glanced at the calendar, "if all goes well, we begin the revival sequence on the first day of fall." There was poetry in that timing that no one needed to voice. A summer of work leading to an awakening in autumn, as the world naturally turned from warmth back to cold. A cycle completing itself in perfect balance. The facility hummed with purposeful activity as preparations began. Each step was checked and double-checked, each adjustment monitored with perfect precision. Victor worked tirelessly, his control over ice and cold temperature proving invaluable as they modified Nora's preservation environment. At night, when most of the staff had gone home, Batman would sometimes find Victor standing in the observation room, watching the gradual changes in Nora's readings. The ice around him formed ever-shifting patterns, DNA helixes, molecular structures, and sometimes, just sometimes, the delicate shape of flowers about to bloom. "Are you ready?" Batman asked him one such night. Victor was quiet for a long moment, frost swirling gently around his armored form. "I've waited 20 years, he said finally. "Lived in winter for so long, I almost forgot what spring felt like, what hope felt like." The Dark Knight stood with him in companionable silence, watching the gentle pulse of monitoring equipment, the steady readings that showed a life preserved, waiting to begin again. "Whatever happens," Victor continued, "this work, what we've achieved here, it matters. It will help people." He turned to look at Batman, his eyes visible through his domed helmet. "Thank you for showing me another way." Outside, Gotham's summer continued its humid reign, but inside the facility, winter held its gentle sway. Not the harsh winter of desperation and loss, but a winter of purpose, of preservation, of patience rewarded, and hope renewed. And in her chamber, Nora slept on, surrounded by the fruits of 20 years of dedication, of scientific brilliance turned back to its true purpose, healing, helping, preserving life. Soon, if all went well, she would wake to a world changed in many ways, but with one constant, the love that had kept her safe through the longest winter, waiting for spring to return. The first day of autumn arrived with a gentle chill in Gotham's air, as if nature itself understood the significance of this moment. Within the facility, final preparations were underway. The revival chamber had been tested countless times, each system checked and rechecked until perfection was assured. Dr. Morris supervised a team of specialists, each chosen not just for their expertise but for their understanding of the moment's importance. They moved with quiet efficiency, their thermal gear rustling softly as they worked in the controlled cold of Victor's presence. Bruce Wayne had ensured the facility's security was absolute. Batman watched from the shadows as additional guards took up positions, while Alfred coordinated with medical response teams standing by. Everything had been considered, every contingency planned for. The ice formations around Victor were unusually still, reflecting his deep focus. The wild patterns that had once characterized his emotional states had given way to precise, crystalline structures, each one as carefully controlled as the revival process they were about to attempt. "Beginning primary sequence," Morris announced softly. The revival chamber hummed to life, its systems implementing protocols developed through months of careful research. Nora's original stasis field began to shift, adjusting to new parameters with microscopic precision. Victor stood at the main control panel, his armored hands moving with practiced grace. The temperature in the chamber began to change, not warming exactly, but shifting through specific cold states that they had discovered during their research. "Stellar activity registering," one of the specialists reported, exactly as predicted. Time seemed to move differently in the quiet laboratory. Minutes stretched like hours as readings were monitored, adjustments made, progress carefully charted. The revival process couldn't be rushed. Each stage had to complete perfectly before the next could begin. Batman watched Victor closely, noting how the ice around him remained steady despite the enormous emotional weight of the moment. This was no longer the desperate scientist who had once risked everything on untested procedures. This was a man who had learned that true hope required patience. Hours passed. The revival chamber's soft hum became a constant note in their quiet vigil. Occasionally Morris would consult with Victor about some reading or adjustment, their collaborative work continuing even now at the culmination of their efforts. As evening approached, the monitoring equipment registered a significant change. Nora's vital signs were strengthening, becoming more active. The process was working exactly as their research had predicted. "Final phase," Morris said quietly. Victor Freeze nodded, making the last adjustments. The revival chamber's systems began their final sequence, guiding Nora through the last stages of her long winter's sleep. The room held its collective breath. Years of work, of waiting, of hoping, all focused on this moment. Victor stood perfectly still, the ice around him forming patterns that looked almost like prayers written in frost. Then, softly at first but growing stronger, a new sound filled the chamber. A steady heartbeat, clear and strong, no longer muffled by the stasis field. Nora Freeze was awakening. Her eyes opened slowly, adjusting to light she hadn't seen in 20 years. The revival chamber's systems continued their careful work, supporting her through these crucial first moments of consciousness. "Victor!" Her voice was barely a whisper, but in the quiet laboratory, it carried like music. Through his domed helmet, Victor's eyes held emotions too deep for words. The ice around him moved in gentle waves, forming patterns of incredible beauty, winter's last gift before giving way to spring. "I'm here, Nora," he said softly. "I've always been here." Medical teams moved in with practiced efficiency, beginning the careful process of post-revival care. Every step had been planned, every need anticipated. Nora would have the best possible support as she adjusted to her return. Batman slipped away quietly, leaving the moment to those who had waited so long for it. From the facility's roof, he watched the autumn sunset paint Gotham's sky in gentle colors. Below him, in carefully controlled conditions, a 20-year winter was finally ending. In the days that followed, Nora's recovery progressed steadily. The medical teams marveled at how completely the revival process had worked, at how their revolutionary techniques had preserved not just life, but quality of life. Victor continued his work with Dr. Morris, their research expanding to help others who might benefit from their breakthroughs. The ice that had once been a weapon, a manifestation of grief and rage, was now a tool for healing. Each evening, after the daily tests and treatments were complete, Victor would sit with Nora in her recovery room. Through his protective suit, through the carefully maintained cold field that kept him alive, they began to rebuild their connection. 20 years of winter had changed them both, but the love that had sustained them remained constant. And in the quiet hours before dawn, Batman would sometimes pause in his patrol to watch the facility where this miracle had occurred. The soft glow from its windows spoke of continued work, of science turned back to its true purpose, helping, healing, bringing hope to those who needed it most. Gotham's seasons would continue their eternal cycle, but in one corner of the city, winter and spring had found a way to coexist. Victor Freeze, the man once known only as a frozen villain, had discovered that even the coldest heart could warm again, given time and trust, and the chance to remember its true purpose. The city slept peacefully under autumn stars, its streets dusted with fallen leaves that danced in gentle winds. And in a carefully controlled hospital room, a husband and wife began the long, gentle process of thawing 20 years of frozen time, proving that some loves were worth the longest winter, and that spring, no matter how long delayed, would always return. And while Victor Freeze found a new path toward healing with the warmth of hope in his frozen heart, another story was taking shape in Gotham's shadows. For in this city, winter brings many kinds of tales, some of redemption and love, others of mystery and madness. Tonight, we follow Detective Sarah Vale as she pursues a trail of cryptic clues left by the most unpredictable force Gotham has ever known, the man they call the Joker. In the Major Crimes Unit of the Gotham City Police Department, Detective Sarah Vale sits alone at her desk, surrounded by the gentle hum of fluorescent lights and the whispered conversations of the night shift. Case files spread before her like fallen autumn leaves, each one telling its own story of darkness and light. But tonight, her attention is fixed on a single photograph, a playing card left at a crime scene 3 nights ago. The card seems to watch her from its evidence bag, its painted face caught in an eternal laugh. It isn't the first calling card he's left, and Sarah knows with a certainty that settles deep in her bones that it won't be the last. The Joker has been quiet for too long, and now he's composing a new symphony of chaos, with Gotham as his orchestra. Sarah's reflection in her computer screen shows a woman changed by months of pursuit. Her dark hair, once neatly styled, now falls in untamed waves around a face made sharp by too many sleepless nights. Dark eyes that once sparkled with curiosity now hold shadows deeper than the Gotham night. She has been chasing shadows and echoes, following a trail of breadcrumbs left by a madman who always seems to be one step ahead. Thunder rolls again, closer now, and Sarah finds her thoughts drifting back to her first encounter with the Clown Prince of Crime. It was 6 months ago, though it feels like a lifetime. She had been first on scene at what appeared to be a routine break-in at the Gotham Museum of Comedy and Theatrical Arts. But there was nothing routine about the tableau she discovered inside. The museum's exhibits had been rearranged into a grotesque carnival. Mannequins posed in elaborate scenes that told jokes only their creator could understand. In the center of it all, a security guard sat propped in a chair, his face frozen in an eternal smile, his uniform adorned with a freshly picked daisy. The flower's petals were still beaded with morning dew, though it was midnight in the depths of winter. That was the moment Sarah Vale's world changed. That was the moment she began to understand that she wasn't just dealing with a criminal, but with an artist of anarchy, a poet of pandemonium. The Joker didn't just commit crimes, he created performances, each one more elaborate than the last, each one a punchline to a joke that only he could hear. As lightning flashes again outside her window, Sarah's eyes drift to the map pinned to her office wall. Red strings connect various locations throughout Gotham, each one marking a site where the Joker has left his mark. At first glance, the pattern seems random, chaotic, but Sarah has begun to see something else emerging. There's a rhythm to his movements, a hidden logic that dances just beyond her understanding, like a half-remembered melody from a dream. The rain intensifies, drumming against the windows in a soothing rhythm that seems to whisper secrets. Sarah leans back in her chair, allowing her mind to drift through the evidence, through the patterns, through the maze of possibilities. In these quiet moments, when the world grows still and the boundary between thinking and dreaming becomes fluid, she sometimes feels closest to understanding her quarry. A sudden gust of wind rattles the windows, and for a moment Sarah could swear she hears laughter carried on the storm, high, wild, and filled with a terrible joy. But it's just the wind, she tells herself. Just the wind and the rain and the lateness of the hour playing tricks on her tired mind. Somewhere in Gotham, she knows, he is out there, planning, creating, preparing for his next performance. And Sarah Vale will be there to witness it, to try and understand it, to stop it if she can. But for now, she sits in the quiet of her office, listening to the storm, feeling the weight of destiny settling around her shoulders like a heavy cloak. The night stretches before her, full of possibilities both dark and light, as thunder continues its slow roll across the city, and somewhere, in the spaces between lightning flashes and thunderclaps, a laugh echoes through the dreams of Gotham's restless sleepers. Morning comes to Gotham like a watercolor painting left in the rain, colors bleeding together in the lingering mist. Sarah Vale stands at the window of her apartment, watching the city emerge from shadows. Sleep had eluded her again, but in the quiet hours before dawn, patterns had begun to emerge from the chaos of her investigation. The Joker's recent activities formed a string of seemingly unconnected incidents: a break-in at an abandoned theater, a mysterious package delivered to a retired comedian's doorstep, a series of street performances that left audiences both entertained and deeply unsettled. But Sarah had begun to see the connections, like constellations forming from random stars. Her living room walls have become a mirror of her office, covered in photographs and newspaper clippings. Each one captures a moment in the Joker's grand performance, his artistic signature written in the language of carefully orchestrated chaos. The morning light catches the red strings connecting the evidence, casting thin shadows that look almost like puppet strings across her floor. She moves to her kitchen, preparing coffee with mechanical precision while her mind wanders through the evidence. The Joker's latest messages have taken on a more personal tone. He seems aware of her now, aware of her attempts to understand his methodology. Last week, she found a bouquet of paper flowers on her desk, each petal created from pages torn from psychiatric textbooks. The coffee maker hums softly, its gentle gurgling a counterpoint to the quiet morning. Sarah's reflection in the kitchen window looks ghostly, transparent against the awakening city beyond. She has started to notice how she's changing, how the pursuit is reshaping her. Her colleagues see it too, the way she can follow the twisted logic of the Joker's schemes, the way she sometimes smiles at crime scenes when she recognizes particularly clever elements of his work. A knock at her door breaks the morning stillness. On her doorstep she finds a small package wrapped in purple paper. Her heart beats a slow rhythm of anticipation as she carefully examines it. The bomb squad will need to clear it, of course, but she already knows what they'll find. Not a threat, but an invitation. The Joker doesn't want to end their game. He wants to escalate it. Hours later, in the controlled environment of the police lab, the package reveals its contents. A vintage jack-in-the-box, meticulously restored. The handle turns on its own, playing a tinny version of Pop Goes the Weasel that sounds like a lullaby heard through the fog of a dream. When the clown finally pops up, it holds a card in its mechanical hands. An advertisement for the long-abandoned Gotham Playhouse. The Playhouse stands in the heart of old Gotham, a crumbling cathedral to comedy and tragedy. Its marble facade is stained with decades of city grime, but still maintains a faded elegance. As Sarah approaches through the morning mist, she sees how the building's shadows seem to reach for her like welcoming arms. Yellow police tape flutters in the breeze, a modern addition to this temple of past performances. Inside, the air is thick with the perfume of decay and forgotten applause. Sarah's flashlight beam catches dust motes that dance like tiny performers in the empty air. The beam reveals more recent additions to the theater's decay. Fresh roses placed in ancient vases, their red petals bright against the faded wallpaper. He's been here recently, preparing his stage. The grand chandelier, though covered in cobwebs, has been cleaned in places, allowing fractals of light to paint the theater in a dreamlike glow. Sarah's footsteps echo on the wooden floor as she makes her way toward the stage. Each step feels heavy with purpose, as if she's being drawn forward by invisible threads of destiny. On the stage, perfectly centered in a pool of dust-filtered sunlight, sits an old record player. A vinyl disc spins silently on its platter, waiting for the needle to drop and the performance to begin. Sarah knows she should wait for backup, should follow procedure, should maintain the careful distance of professional detachment. But the theater seems to exist in a space between reality and dreams, where such mundane concerns feel distant and unimportant. The record player's needle descends in slow motion, touching the vinyl with the delicacy of a lover's caress. The theater fills with the sound of a piano playing "Send in the Clowns," the notes echoing through the empty spaces like ghosts of past performances. Sarah stands motionless on the stage, letting the music wash over her in gentle waves. Between the notes, she begins to hear something else, the soft shuffle of footsteps in the wings, the whisper of fabric against fabric. The barely audible sound of someone breathing in the shadows. The Joker is here, watching her, evaluating her performance in this elaborate play he has orchestrated. The awareness settles over her like a velvet curtain, heavy yet somehow comforting in its inevitability. Detective Vale, his voice emerges from the darkness like smoke, seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "I was beginning to think you wouldn't appreciate my invitation." The words dance through the air, playful yet threaded with an undertone of something darker, more profound. "But here you are, right on cue, ready for your starring role." Sarah's hand remains steady, her service weapon pointed into the shadows, but she knows, with a certainty that runs bone deep, that this confrontation won't be resolved with bullets and handcuffs. The Joker has crafted something more complex, more intimate, a performance piece written specifically for them. He emerges from stage left, his purple suit catching the filtered sunlight in a way that makes him appear almost ethereal. His face, with its eternal smile, seems to shift and change in the theater's uncertain light. "Do you know why I chose you, Sarah?" he asks, using her first name like a key unlocking a door between them. "Out of all the dull, serious faces in the GCPD, you were the only one who saw the punchline." The music continues its gentle flow, providing a soundtrack to this surreal moment. Sarah becomes aware of other changes in the theater, subtle movements in the balcony, shadows that don't quite match their sources, the suggestion of other presences watching their performance. The Joker has assembled an audience, though whether they're his henchmen or merely products of her exhausted imagination, she cannot tell. The others just see the chaos, he continues, moving across the stage in a slow dance that mirrors her own careful movements. But you see the patterns, the artistry, the joke behind the joke. His voice takes on an almost hypnotic quality, rising and falling like waves against a midnight shore. You understand that sometimes the only sane response to an insane world is to embrace the madness. Sarah finds herself remembering every crime scene, every carefully placed clue, every moment that led her to this stage. Each memory flows into the next like watercolors bleeding together, creating a picture that only now becomes clear. The Joker hasn't just been committing crimes, he's been composing a symphony of chaos, with her as both audience and performer. Your other cases, he gestures expansively, the ones you solved before me, they were just rehearsals, preparing you for this moment, this performance. He moves closer, his shadow stretching across the wooden stage like a dark caress. Haven't you felt it? The way your mind has expanded, embracing new ways of seeing. The way the line between order and chaos has begun to blur. And Sarah has felt it, though she's never admitted it aloud. The way her thoughts have begun to flow in new patterns, following trails of logic that would seem insane to her colleagues, but lead unerringly to understanding. The way she sometimes finds herself smiling at crime scenes, appreciating the dark artistry, even as she condemns the act itself. The music swells softly, reaching its emotional peak as the Joker extends his hand toward her, an invitation to dance on the knife edge between sanity and madness. The question isn't whether you'll catch me, my dear detective, he says, his voice gentle as a lullaby. The question is whether you'll recognize yourself when you do. The record continues its gentle rotation, the music now shifting to a dreamy waltz that seems to emerge from the theater's very walls. Dust motes dance in the shafting light, creating halos around the two figures on stage, detective and clown, order and chaos, locked in their delicate dance of minds. Your move, detective, the Joker whispers, his outstretched hand still waiting. Will you play your assigned role, the stern voice of justice, or will you finally admit that you've begun to hear the music I hear, to see the cosmic joke that is Gotham's eternal struggle between order and chaos? Sarah's weapon remains steady, but her mind drifts like smoke through the possibilities before her. Each choice feels weighted with meaning, each potential action laden with consequences that ripple out like waves in a still pond. The theater seems to hold its breath, waiting for her response. Behind the Joker, shadows continue their strange dance in the balcony. Sarah notices now that they move in perfect time with the music, like puppet shadows in an ancient shadow play. The entire theater has become a stage set for this moment, this decision, this delicate balance between two opposing forces. I see what you've done, Sarah speaks finally, her voice carrying the weight of months of understanding. Each crime was a verse in a poem, each clue a brushstroke in a portrait. You weren't just creating chaos, you were creating a mirror. The revelation settles over her like gentle snow, cold but somehow beautiful in its clarity. The Joker's smile widens, but there's something different in it now, something almost like pride. Go on, he encourages, his voice soft as velvet. Show me that all those nights spent following my breadcrumbs weren't wasted. Show me that someone else in this city of sheep and shadows can see the grand design. Sarah's next words emerge from a place of deep understanding, flowing like water. The museum exhibition, rearranged to tell jokes only you could understand. That was the overture. The street performances that left audiences disturbed yet unable to look away, those were the building tension. The package delivered to the retired comedian, the one who never opened it. That was the setup. She moves in a slow circle around him, their positions reversed now, hunter and hunted trading places in their elaborate dance. And this, all of this, the theater, the music, the shadows that may or may not be your men in the balcony, this is your punchline. But the real joke isn't on Gotham, is it? It's not even on me. The music swells softly as Sarah continues, each word falling into place like pieces of a puzzle she's only now seeing completed. The real joke is on you, because in trying to create someone who could truly understand your art, you've created someone who can stop it. In teaching me to see the patterns, you've taught me to predict them. The air in the theater grows thick with possibility. The dust motes slow their dance, as if time itself is holding its breath. Even the shadows in the balcony seem to lean forward, waiting to see how their performance will end. My dear detective, the Joker's voice carries a note of something almost like tenderness. You think understanding the joke is the same as stopping it, that seeing the punchline coming somehow prevents it from being funny. He laughs, but it's not his usual maniacal cackle. Instead, it's something softer, more intimate, like sharing a secret with a close friend. The waltz on the record player begins to wind down, the notes stretching and slowing like taffy. Sarah becomes aware of movement in the corners of her vision, real this time, not shadows. The backup she'd called for before entering the theater has arrived, their presence felt rather than seen, waiting in the wings for her signal. But still she waits, knowing that this moment between them needs to play out to its natural conclusion. The Joker has crafted this performance too carefully for it to end with a simple arrest. There's one more act to come, one more twist in their shared story. The last notes of the waltz fade into silence, leaving only the soft crackle of the record's end playing on an infinite loop. In this moment of quiet, the theater feels suspended between breaths, caught in the space between one reality and another. The dust motes continue their lazy dance in the shafting light, creating patterns that seem to write secret messages in the air. You see, the Joker says, his voice gentle as falling snow. The real punchline isn't about winning or losing. It's about the dance itself. He gestures to the space between them, the invisible threads that have connected them through months of pursuit and revelation. The joke is that in trying to understand me, you've had to change yourself. And in changing yourself, you've created something entirely new. Sarah feels the truth of his words settle over her like a heavy velvet curtain. She has changed, transformed by these months of pursuit, but not in the way the Joker intended. Where he sought to create chaos, she had found a deeper understanding of order. Where he painted in broad strokes of madness, she had learned to see the subtle patterns that governed even the most chaotic systems. "You're right," she replies, her voice carrying the weight of certainty. "I have changed. I've learned to see the world through your eyes." A pause, heavy with meaning. "But I've also learned to see beyond them. To see that your grand performance, your beautiful chaos, is just another kind of cage, one you built for yourself and now can't escape." The shadows in the balcony begin to move more purposefully now, resolving into the shapes of police officers taking their positions. The Joker notices but seems unconcerned, as if they too are just players in his ongoing performance. His eternal smile takes on a quality of gentle melancholy, like a parent proud yet sad to see their child surpass them. "My dear detective," he sighs, the sound like autumn leaves rustling. "You think this is the end of our dance? This is merely the intermission." He spreads his arms wide, embracing the theater, the moment, the very air between them. Every ending is just another beginning in disguise. Every punchline sets up the next joke. The air grows thick with possibility as Sarah realizes the truth. This confrontation isn't about catching the Joker. It never was. It's about understanding the eternal dance between order and chaos, between sanity and madness. between the light and shadow that exist in every human heart. She has learned to walk the line between these opposites, to understand without surrendering to the madness that understanding brings. As if responding to this realization, the dusk-gilled light streaming through the theater's high windows begins to shift and change. The late afternoon sun paints the stage in gentle oranges and purples, transforming the space into something that feels both ancient and timeless. The Joker's shadow stretches long behind him, reaching toward the darkness of the wings, like a visual echo of his influence. "The next act is about to begin," he says, his voice taking on a dreamy, distant quality. "The question is, my dear detective, what role will you play when the curtain rises again?" His smile shifts, becomes something almost gentle. Will you continue to dance on the edge of understanding, or will you finally take the step that transforms audience into performer? Sarah's response is not in words, but in action. Her hand moves to her radio, and the theater comes alive with coordinated movement. The shadows in the balcony become solid, real, as tactical teams emerge from their hiding places. The Joker watches it all with the appreciation of a theater critic attending a well-executed performance. But even as the police close in, Sarah knows this isn't truly an ending. The Joker's words echo in her mind. Every ending is just another beginning in disguise. Whether he escapes or is captured, their dance will continue. The game will evolve, the stakes will change, but the essential truth of their connection will remain. As twilight deepens outside the theater's windows, the last rays of sun paint the scene in soft, dreamlike hues. The dust motes slow their dance, settling like golden snow on the ancient stage. The record player finally falls silent, its task complete. In the growing quiet, Sarah feels the weight of understanding settle over her like a comfortable blanket. She has walked through the looking glass and emerged changed but unbroken. She has learned to see the patterns in chaos without losing herself to them. And perhaps that is the greatest victory possible in this eternal dance between order and madness. As our tale draws to a close, imagine the theater growing quiet, the last echoes of laughter fading into dreams. Picture the gentle fall of evening shadows, softening the edges of reality. Let the peace of understanding carry you toward sleep, where perhaps you too will dance on the edge between order and chaos, between waking and dreaming. And as Detective Vale's dark journey through the Joker's twisted winter drew to a close, another tale of transformation was about to begin. For in Gotham, the longest night often holds moments of unexpected grace, when lost souls might find their way back to light. Tonight, we follow Batman as he watches over his old friend Harvey Dent on a winter solstice that could change both their lives forever. The winter solstice in Gotham brought with it the longest night of the year. Snow fell in gentle waves across the city, coating its harsh edges in soft white. But tonight's story isn't about the darkness or the cold. It's about choices, about the delicate balance between light and shadow, and about two old friends meeting on the longest night. Batman stood atop the old courthouse, his cape catching snowflakes as he watched the building across the street. Through frosted windows, he could see Harvey Dent, Two-Face, pacing in his old office. The space had been abandoned years ago when the courthouse moved to a newer building, but tonight, something had drawn Harvey back to this place from his past. The office looked exactly as it had been left, preserved like a museum piece. Law books lined the walls, a reminder of days when Harvey Dent had been Gotham's brightest hope for justice. Family photos still sat on the desk, their glass coverings now frosted with years of dust, and behind the desk a large window looked out over Gotham, its view now softened by falling snow. Batman had been tracking Harvey for days, ever since he'd learned about the letter. It had arrived at the GCPD a week ago, an invitation from Harvey's ex-wife Gilda, asking to meet on the winter solstice. She wanted to talk, to try and find some piece of the man she'd once loved. The letter had passed across Gordon's desk, and he'd made sure Batman knew about it. The timing wasn't random. Today marked exactly half a year until summer, a day perfectly balanced between seasons. Gordon worried that Two-Face would see it as some kind of sign, that the duality of the date would trigger something dangerous. But Batman saw something else in Harvey's return to his old office, something that felt more like searching than threatening. Through his cowl's enhanced vision, Batman could see Harvey stop at his old desk. His scarred hand traced patterns in the dust as snow continued to fall outside. The coin that usually danced through his fingers was nowhere to be seen. Tonight, at least for now, Harvey seemed to be trying to make his own choices. The temperature was dropping steadily as night deepened. Batman's suit registered the cold, but he remained still, watching. He knew Harvey was aware of his presence. Years of encounters had given them an almost sixth sense for each other. But neither made a move to confront the other. They were balanced on the edge of something, and sometimes balance required patience. Inside the office, Harvey moved to the window. His reflection showed both sides of his face, one still handsome, the other scarred by that fateful day. But in the frosted glass, with snow falling beyond, the division seemed less harsh somehow. The white flakes created a kind of unity, covering both sides equally in their gentle descent. "I know you're out there, Bruce." Harvey's voice carried softly through the cold air. He had opened the window slightly, letting winter into the musty office. "You don't need to hide in the shadows, not tonight." Batman glided silently across the street, landing on the office's wide windowsill. Snow swirled around him as he entered the room, his cape settling like dark wings. The office felt frozen in time, a snapshot of who Harvey Dent had been before fate and acid had torn him in two. "The letter from Gilda," Batman said quietly. "You're thinking of going." Harvey touched one of the dusty photographs on his desk, a wedding photo showing him and Gilda in happier times. Both sides of his face reflected in the glass, past and present, overlapping. "The solstice," Harvey replied, his voice thoughtful. "The year perfectly divided between darkness and light." She always did understand symbolism. A bitter laugh escaped him. "But then, she always understood me better than I understood myself." Batman moved deeper into the office, his footsteps silent on the dusty floor. The room held so many memories, of cases worked together, of late nights planning how to make Gotham better, of a friendship that had seemed unbreakable. The snow falling outside cast shifting shadows through the window, making the familiar space feel dreamlike and strange. "She's at the botanical gardens," Harvey continued, still looking at the wedding photo. "The winter garden. Another perfect balance, life thriving in the coldest season." His finger traced the edge of the frame, moving from the unmarred side to the scarred one. She always loved that place, said it reminded her that beauty could survive anything. The botanical gardens had changed since Harvey and Gilda's days of visiting. Poison ivy's influence over the years had made the winter garden particularly spectacular. Even in her absence, the plants maintained an unnatural vitality. Through the seasons, it remained a place where warmth and cold existed in careful harmony. "You haven't used the coin tonight," Batman observed quietly. The familiar silver dollar was usually in constant motion through Harvey's fingers, but tonight it remained hidden. Its absence felt significant, like a step away from the rigid duality that had ruled Two-Face's existence for so long. Harvey's hands moved to his pockets, but didn't withdraw the coin. "It's the solstice," he said, as if that explained everything. "The world balances itself tonight. Maybe I can too." just for a few hours. The snow was falling heavier now, creating a white curtain beyond the window. The office felt increasingly isolated from the rest of Gotham, like a pocket of time where past and present could meet and speak quietly of what had been lost and what might still be saved. "The garden will be beautiful in this snow," Batman said. It wasn't a suggestion or a push toward decision, just an observation, an acknowledgement of possibility. Sometimes the gentlest touch could guide better than the strongest force. Harvey moved to the window, standing beside his old friend. Both their reflections showed in the glass, overlaid with falling snow, the dark night and the fallen district attorney, each carrying their own kinds of duality. Behind them, the office remained frozen in its perpetual twilight of what might have been. "I dream sometimes," Harvey said softly, "of who I was, of moments when everything made sense, when justice wasn't just a flip of a coin." His voice carried no anger now, just a deep weariness. "In the dreams, I'm whole again. Not just my face, my mind, my purpose. Everything that made Harvey Dent who he was." Batman remembered those days too. The passion Harvey had brought to his work, the unwavering belief in justice and law. Before the acid, before the coin, before fate had torn him into warring halves, Harvey Dent had been Gotham's White Knight, a symbol of hope in a city that desperately needed it. "You're still in there, Harvey," Batman said. "The coin doesn't control you. It never did. It was just a way to cope with impossible choices." The snow continued its gentle descent outside, each flake catching light from the street lamps below. The winter night deepened around them, but somehow it didn't feel threatening. The darkness held a kind of peace, like a blank canvas waiting for new choices to paint their marks upon it. Harvey's hand moved to his pocket again, touching the coin through the fabric but not drawing it out. "Gilda's letter. She wrote about remembering who I was, who we were." His voice caught slightly. "She said she's been dreaming too, about spring coming after winter, about wholeness returning after division." The symbolism wasn't lost on either of them. The winter solstice marked the moment when darkness began to recede, when the world started its slow turn back toward light. Even in the deepest cold, change was possible. Renewal waited for its moment to emerge. Batman watched his friend struggle with the weight of possibility. The Harvey he'd known would have already been on his way to the botanical gardens, eager to reconnect with Gilda, to explore any chance of redemption. Two-Face would have flipped his coin, letting chance decide his path, but tonight, standing in this office full of memories, he seemed caught between these extremes, trying to find his own way forward. "She's not asking for promises," Batman said gently. "Just a conversation, a chance to remember, and maybe to hope." The office had grown colder as the night deepened, their breath visible in the winter air, but neither moved to close the window. The cold felt clarifying somehow, like it was washing away old patterns and habits, leaving space for new choices to form. Harvey picked up another photograph from his desk, this one showing him and Gilda at the botanical gardens, surrounded by winter blooms. Their happiness radiated from the image, a reminder of what had been lost, but also of what might still exist, buried beneath years of pain and division. "The gardens will be different now," he said, his voice thoughtful. "Ivy's influence, nature finding new ways to express itself." He paused, looking at his reflection again. "Maybe people can change too, find new ways to be whole." The decision to leave the office came gradually, like snow accumulating on a window ledge. Harvey gathered a few photographs from his desk, tucking them carefully into his coat. Each image was a piece of his past, a reminder of who he had been, and perhaps could be again. Batman remained nearby, a silent guardian as his friend took these first tentative steps towards something new. The journey through Gotham's snowy streets felt dreamlike. They traveled together, Batman gliding from rooftop to rooftop while Harvey walked below, his footsteps leaving tracks in the fresh snow. The city seemed transformed by the winter night, its usual harsh edges softened by white drifts that caught and reflected moonlight. Other memories surfaced as they moved through familiar neighborhoods. Here was the diner where Harvey and Gilda had shared countless late-night meals during his days as DA. There stood the park where they'd walked on winter evenings, planning their future together. Each location held echoes of a life that had seemed perfect before fate had torn it apart. The botanical gardens emerged from the snowy night like something from a fairy tale. Ivy's influence had created a wonderland of winter blooms, flowers that shouldn't survive in cold weather flourishing behind frosted glass walls. The winter garden stood as its centerpiece, a massive glass dome where snow gathered on the outside while life thrived within. "You'll be inside," Harvey said softly, pausing at the garden's entrance. His hand moved toward his pocket, an old habit seeking the comfort of the coin, but he stopped himself. "Bruce, what if I'm not strong enough? What if Two-Face?" Batman placed a gentle hand on his friend's shoulder. "You're here without the coin, Harvey. You've already shown more strength than you realize." Inside the winter garden, warmth and cold existed in perfect balance. Snow gathered on the dome above, while heated air rose from below, creating gentle currents that carried the scent of winter blooms. Paths wound between artfully arranged plants, their white flowers glowing softly in the moonlight that filtered through the glass. And there, beside a fountain where water flowed endlessly through elaborate ice formations, stood Gilda. She wore a white coat that seemed to glow in the garden's ethereal light, her breath visible in the carefully maintained cold air. When she turned and saw Harvey, her expression held neither fear nor judgment, only a deep, complicated hope. "You came," she said simply. Her voice carried all the warmth that the winter night held at bay. Harvey moved forward slowly, his steps uncertain but deliberate. In this magical space between warmth and cold, between past and present, he seemed to stand straighter, as if some of the weight he carried had begun to lift. Batman withdrew to the shadows of the garden's upper level, close enough to help if needed, but giving them space for this delicate reunion. From his vantage point, he could see how the snow falling on the dome above cast ever-shifting patterns of light and shadow across the scene below. "The gardens are different," Harvey said, looking around at the transformed space, "but still beautiful, like everything changed but nothing was lost." Gilda smiled gently. "Nature adapts, finds new ways to bloom even when the old ways are gone." She gestured to a nearby flower, a rose that somehow thrived in the winter air, its petals white as snow but strong enough to survive the cold. Beauty doesn't have to be fragile. They began to walk together along the winding paths, their conversation soft but continuous. Batman watched as they rediscovered each other slowly, carefully, like frost melting in morning sun. They spoke of memories at first, safe territory, shared experiences that belonged to both Harvey and Two-Face, moments that bridged the division between past and present. The garden seemed to respond to their presence. Ivy's enhanced plants turned subtly toward them as they passed, as if recognizing something important was happening. The flow of water through ice in the fountain created a gentle music that underscored their quiet words. As the night deepened, their conversation turned to harder topics. Harvey spoke of his struggles with duality, of the coin's power over his choices. Gilda listened without judgment, offering neither condemnation nor easy forgiveness, only understanding and a willingness to hear the whole truth. "I miss who we were," she said at one point, touching a frozen flower. "But I'm not asking for that Harvey back. I know too much has happened. I'm asking if we can find out who we are now, who we might become. The words seemed to strike something deep in Harvey. He reached into his pocket and withdrew the coin, not to flip it, but to look at it thoughtfully. Its silver surface caught the moonlight, both sides clearly visible. The coin made choices simple, he said slowly. Good or bad, yes or no. But real life, real healing. It's more complicated than that, isn't it? Gilda nodded, her eyes reflecting the same moonlight that illuminated the coin. Like this garden, it's not just about survival or death. It's about finding balance, about adapting to change without losing your essential nature. In the quiet of the winter garden, Harvey studied the coin in his hand with new eyes. Its familiar weight seemed different somehow, less like a tool of destiny and more like what it really was. A simple object that had been given too much power over his life. The moonlight streaming through the snowy dome above cast both sides in equal illumination, making the distinction between them seem less absolute. I used to dream about fixing everything, Harvey said, his voice barely above a whisper. About waking up one morning whole again, the scars gone, the past erased. But that's not how healing works, is it? Gilda reached out slowly and touched his scarred hand, the first physical contact they'd had in years. Healing leaves marks, Harvey. The question is whether those marks define us or simply become part of who we are. Above them, Batman remained in the shadows, but his presence felt protective rather than threatening. He watched as his old friend struggled with concepts that went beyond simple duality, ideas about forgiveness, acceptance, and the possibility of change that couldn't be reduced to yes or no answers. The winter garden continued its gentle song of flowing water and rustling leaves. Ivy's enhanced plants seemed to lean closer, their white blooms glowing softly in the moonlight, creating an atmosphere that felt almost magical. In this space between seasons, between warmth and cold, something profound was taking shape. Harvey held up the coin, letting it catch the light. For so long, this was my answer to everything. When choices became too hard, when the world seemed too complex, the coin made everything simple. Black and white, good and evil. He turned it over slowly in his fingers. But that's not really how the world works, is it? No, Gilda agreed softly. The world is full of greys, of in-between spaces. Like this garden, it's not purely summer or purely winter. It's something unique, something that exists in the balance between extremes. As if in response to her words, a light snow began to fall through an opening in the dome above, designed to let the gardens experience natural weather. The flakes drifted down gently, melting as they reached the warmer air below, creating a curtain of transformed precipitation that caught the moonlight like falling stars. Harvey watched the snow with growing understanding. Everything changes, he said. The snow falls as ice but becomes water. Winter becomes spring. Maybe, people can change too, without completely losing who they are. Batman moved silently to a lower level of the garden, still giving them space, but close enough now to hear the subtle shift in Harvey's voice, a tone he hadn't heard since before the accident, when Harvey Dent had been Gotham's greatest hope for justice. I can't promise to be who I was, Harvey continued, looking at Gilda with both sides of his face, holding nothing back. That Harvey is gone, but maybe I can be something new. Something that acknowledges both sides of who I am, without letting either one rule completely. Gilda's eyes filled with tears, but she smiled. That's all I'm asking for, Harvey. Not a miracle, not a complete transformation. Just a willingness to try something new, to find a balance that works for who you are now. Harvey looked down at the coin in his hand one last time. Then, with a deliberate movement, he turned toward the fountain. The water flowed through elaborate ice formations, creating a constant interplay between liquid and solid, between movement and stillness. With a gentle toss, he sent the coin spinning through the air. It caught the moonlight as it turned, both sides flashing briefly before it disappeared beneath the fountain's surface. The ripples spread outward in perfect circles, disturbing the water's flow for a moment before a new pattern emerged, neither the old flow nor complete chaos, but something different, something evolved. The solstice marks a turning point, Harvey said, watching the water settle. The moment when darkness begins to recede and light starts to return, but it happens gradually, day by day. Small changes that add up to something bigger. Batman felt a profound sense of witnessing something important, not a miraculous cure or a complete redemption, but the first step on a new path. Harvey wasn't suddenly fixed, but he was choosing to try something different, to explore possibilities beyond the rigid duality that had ruled his life for so long. The snow continued to fall through the dome, creating a gentle curtain around them. The winter garden's unique ecosystem transformed each flake as it fell, not destroying it, but changing it into something new, something that could nourish the life that grew in this special place. The hours crept forward as Harvey and Gilda continued to walk through the winter garden, their conversation flowing more naturally now that the weight of the coin had been lifted. They spoke of small things, memories they shared, changes in Gotham, hopes for the future. There was no pressure to solve everything in one night, like the gradual return of daylight after the solstice. Some things needed time to develop naturally. Batman maintained his vigilant but distant presence, noting how Harvey's movements had changed. The constant tension that usually marked Two-Face's posture had eased somewhat. He moved more fluidly, as if the rigid division between his two sides had softened, allowing for something more integrated to emerge. The garden's unique environment continued to create its own gentle weather patterns. Warm air rose from the heated floors while cool air descended from the snowy dome above, creating soft currents that carried the scent of winter blooms throughout the space. It was a perfect metaphor for what was happening, opposing forces finding ways to work together rather than fighting for dominance. "I've been thinking about returning to law," Harvey said at one point, pausing beside a cluster of frost-covered roses. "Not as a DA, obviously, but maybe helping with rehabilitation programs, using what I've learned about darkness to help others find their way back to light." Gilda touched one of the roses gently. "You always understood both sides of human nature, Harvey. Even before everything. That's what made you such a good prosecutor. You knew that justice needed to be tempered with understanding." From his vantage point, Batman remembered those days. How Harvey had fought to balance justice with mercy. How he'd always tried to see the human story behind each case. Perhaps those early struggles with duality had been a precursor to what came later, but they had also been a source of strength. As the night deepened toward dawn, the garden's atmosphere began to shift, the moonlight taking on a softer quality as it filtered through the snowy dome. The winter flowers seemed to glow more gently, as if preparing for the sun's eventual return. Even the fountain's flow seemed to quiet, its music becoming more subdued. "I can't promise anything," Harvey said, his voice carrying both caution and hope. "The duality. It's still there. It probably always will be. But maybe, instead of fighting it, I can learn to work with it. Find a way to use both sides of my nature for something positive." Gilda's response was equally measured. "I'm not asking for promises, Harvey. Just openness to possibility, to trying something new, even if we don't know exactly where it will lead." Batman thought about his own duality, the balance he maintained between Bruce Wayne and the Dark Knight. It had taken years to learn how to integrate these aspects of himself. to use both sides of his nature in service of protecting Gotham. Perhaps Harvey was beginning a similar journey, finding his own way to make peace with his divided self. The first hints of dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, visible through the garden's glass walls. The winter solstice was ending, the longest night giving way to a new day. The snow outside had settled into a gentle blanket that covered Gotham's harsh edges, making everything look new and full of possibility. "Would you have coffee with me sometime?" Harvey asked, his voice carrying a vulnerability that had nothing to do with his scars. Just to talk. No pressure, no big decisions. Just two people getting to know each other again." Gilda's smile held the warmth of remembered love and new hope combined. "I'd like that, Harvey, very much." As they prepared to leave the garden, Harvey paused for one last look at the fountain where his coin had disappeared. The water flowed on, neither completely liquid nor completely frozen, finding its own balance between states. He touched his scarred cheek thoughtfully, but the gesture held acceptance now rather than bitterness. Batman moved silently down to join them, no longer needing to hide in the shadows. The three of them walked together through the garden's main doors, stepping out into the pre-dawn quiet of Gotham's snow-covered streets. The city felt peaceful, as if it too had been transformed by the night's events. "Thank you," Harvey said, looking at both Batman and Gilda, "for not giving up, for seeing possibility instead of just division." The sky continued to lighten, promising a clear winter day ahead. Harvey and Gilda went their separate ways, but with plans to meet again, to continue exploring this new territory between past and present, between who they had been and who they might become. Batman watched them go, feeling a deep satisfaction that had nothing to do with fighting crime or protecting Gotham in the usual way. Some victories were quieter, marked not by dramatic changes, but by small steps toward healing, toward balance, toward hope. The winter morning dawned bright and clear over Gotham. The solstice had passed, and with it the year's longest night. From now on, each day would hold a little more light than the last. And somewhere in the city, a man who had long been divided was beginning to discover a new way of being whole. Batman took to the rooftops, his dark figure moving silently above the snow-covered streets. The winter garden would continue its unique dance of warm and cold, its eternal balance of opposing forces working together to create something beautiful. And perhaps, in their own ways, all of Gotham's divided souls could learn to do the same. The city slept peacefully under its blanket of snow, winter sunshine beginning to sparkle on untouched drifts. And in the gentle quiet of dawn, hope continued to grow like frost flowers blooming in the longest night, promising that even the deepest winter could hold seeds of spring. And while Harvey Dent took his first steps toward finding balance in the gentle winter dawn, another kind of winter story was about to unfold in Gotham's shadows. For in this city, winter brings many kinds of challenges, some delicate as snowflakes, others powerful as avalanches. Tonight, we follow Batman as he faces a force of nature as mighty as winter itself, the man known as Bane. The snow that had fallen so softly during Harvey's night of change now grew fierce and wild, whipping through Gotham's streets with primitive fury. Something was stirring in the city's depths, something that would test not just Batman's strength, but his ability to survive in winter's harshest extremes. The storm that descended upon Gotham was unlike anything the city had seen in decades. Arctic winds howled between skyscrapers, carrying snow and ice that transformed familiar streets into a frozen wilderness. But this wasn't just nature's fury at work. Something else stirred within the growing blizzard, something that had learned its strength in a different kind of cold. Batman stood atop Wayne Tower, his cape whipping in the fierce wind as he studied the city below. The temperature had dropped 30 degrees in the past hour, far too quickly to be natural. His cowl's sensors detected unusual patterns in the storm, concentrations of cold air that moved with purpose rather than following normal weather patterns. He knew who was responsible. Bane had returned to Gotham, bringing with him technology stolen from Mr. Freeze's old Arctic research facility. The man who had once broken the bat now wielded winter itself as a weapon, using the extreme cold to recreate the harsh conditions that had forged him in Penadoro. Reports had been coming in all evening, people found frozen but alive, their bodies forced into a state of suspended animation, similar to what Freeze used to preserve Nora. But Bane's methods were cruder, more primal. He wasn't trying to save anyone. He was transforming Gotham into a proving ground where only the strongest would survive. Alfred's voice crackled through Batman's comm system, barely audible above the howling wind. "Sir, I've analyzed the weather data. The storm's epicenter appears to be moving toward the old steel mill in the industrial district. The temperature there has dropped to levels that shouldn't be possible outside the Arctic Circle." The steel mill had been abandoned for years, its massive structure now a skeleton of rust and ice. As Batman glided through the storm toward the facility, he could see why Bane had chosen it. The building's huge open spaces and multiple levels made it perfect for the kind of test he had in mind. A hunting ground where predator and prey could engage in a primal contest of survival. Landing on the mill's frost-covered roof, Batman activated his cowl's thermal imaging. The extreme cold made it difficult to distinguish heat signatures, but he could detect movement inside, figures pushing through the snowdrifts that had formed within the building. Some were Bane's men, bundled in cold weather gear. Others were civilians, people who had been working late when the storm hit, now trapped in this artificial winter. The sound of breaking ice echoed through the mill's cavernous interior, followed by a voice that carried both strength and intelligence, a combination that had always made Bane such a dangerous opponent. "Welcome, Batman." The voice boomed, distorted by the wind and the building's empty spaces. "I knew you would come. You always do when your city cries out in pain." Batman moved silently through the upper levels, using the shadows and swirling snow for cover. Bane's stolen cold technology had transformed the mill's interior into something otherworldly. Massive icicles hung from the ceiling like crystal stalactites, and frost patterns spread across every surface, creating a maze of white that confused the eye. "Your previous lessons in breaking were too simple," Bane continued. "Tonight, we will see if you can survive true hardship. The kind that forged me in the depths of Penadoro, where cold and darkness were our constant companions." Through the swirling snow, Batman could make out the changes Bane had made to the steel mill's interior. The stolen cold technology wasn't just creating extreme temperatures, it was transforming the space into something that resembled the deepest levels of Penadoro prison. Ice had formed in layers that mimicked stone walls, and the wind howling through broken windows carried echoes that sounded like distant prison screams. The trapped civilians huddled together on the mill's main floor, their breath visible in the freezing air. Bane's men had herded them into this central space but made no move to harm them. They weren't targets, they were witnesses, meant to observe the contest Bane had planned. "Your city makes you soft, Batman," Bane's voice echoed through the frozen space. "Its people cry out at the slightest discomfort, having never known true hardship, but tonight they will learn. Tonight they will see what strength really means." Batman moved silently along the ice-covered catwalks, noting how the extreme cold affected his suit's systems. The thermal lining was working overtime, but even it had limits. He would need to be careful. Hypothermia could be as dangerous an enemy as Bane himself. Through gaps in the swirling snow, he caught glimpses of Bane moving through his created winter wilderness. The massive figure seemed entirely at home in the extreme conditions, his mask's breathing apparatus creating clouds of vapor that mixed with the storm. The venom pumping through his system actually generated heat, making him a bright flare in Batman's thermal vision. "You remember the cold, Bruce?" Bane called out, using Batman's true name with deliberate provocation. "Not the gentle cold of Gotham's winters, but the deep cold that seeps into your bones, the kind that makes every movement a battle, every breath a victory." Batman did remember. His training had taken him to some of the world's most extreme environments, including places where cold was an ever-present enemy. But Bane had experienced something different. Years in a prison where winter's bite was just one of many torments designed to break the spirit. The civilians below had started showing signs of severe cold exposure. Batman needed to end this quickly, but he knew Bane wouldn't be easily stopped. The man's intelligence made him calculating, while the venom made him nearly impervious to the cold that was slowly freezing everyone else. "Your suit protects you," Bane continued, his voice carrying through the storm. "Technology shields you from reality, but true strength comes from embracing the hardship, from letting it forge you into something stronger." There was a sound of ice breaking as Bane punched through a frozen wall. "Perhaps it's time you remembered what real survival feels like." A sudden blast of even colder air swept through the mill, carrying ice crystals that seemed sharp as needles. Batman's cape stiffened in the extreme cold, and the suit's temperature warning indicators began flashing. Bane wasn't just using the stolen technology to create cold, he was weaponizing it, turning winter itself into an instrument of combat. The trapped civilians pressed closer together, sharing what little warmth they had left. Batman could see frost forming on their clothes, their hair, their skin. They wouldn't survive much longer in these conditions. But that was part of Bane's plan, creating a deadline, forcing Batman to confront him directly instead of relying on stealth and strategy. "The people below us," Bane's voice carried a note of contemptuous amusement. "They've never known real cold, never felt the bite that makes you question whether survival is even possible. But they're learning now, aren't they? Learning what it means to face winter's true fury." Batman activated his cowl's communication system, fighting through the storm's interference. "Alfred, the cold technology has to have a central unit, something generating all this." "Scanning now, sir," Alfred's voice crackled back. "The interference is substantial, but I'm detecting an unusual power signature. It appears to be coming from the mill's old furnace room. Rather ironic, wouldn't you say?" The furnace room lay deep in the building's core, where molten steel had once flowed like artificial lava. Now it would be the heart of Bane's winter, the place where he had installed Freeze's stolen technology. But reaching it would mean confronting Bane directly, exactly what the massive fighter wanted. Through the thickening storm, Batman studied the distribution of Bane's men. They were positioned strategically, but not to stop him from reaching their leader. Their placement was designed to prevent the civilians from escaping, to ensure they witnessed whatever was about to unfold. "Your mind works even now," Bane called out, as if reading Batman's thoughts. "Planning, calculating, looking for advantage, but some battles cannot be won with strategy alone. Sometimes, true victory requires us to embrace our most primal nature." The storm intensified again, the wind now howling like a living thing through the mill's frozen spaces. Ice formed in impossible patterns, creating structures that resembled the prison architecture of Peñadoro, a maze of frozen corridors and chambers that would force Batman to fight his way through memories as much as physical space. Batman began his descent through the frozen levels of the steel mill, each step requiring careful consideration. The extreme cold had made the metal surfaces treacherous, and ice formations grew like living things, reshaping the environment with every passing minute. His cape, now stiff with frost, moved less fluidly, forcing him to adapt his usual movement patterns. The civilians below had begun singing softly together, an instinctive response to fear, but also a way to maintain morale and share warmth through human connection. The sound carried strangely through the frozen space, mixing with the storm's howl to create an eerie symphony of survival. "Listen to them," Bane's voice echoed. "Already they show more spirit than I expected. Perhaps your city is not entirely soft after all." There was genuine appreciation in his tone. Bane had always respected strength, wherever he found it. As Batman moved deeper into the mill, he noticed how Bane had used the cold technology to recreate specific elements of Panaduro. Ice had formed in patterns that mimicked the prison's architecture, the tight corridors, the sudden drops, the spaces designed to disorient and trap. But these weren't random recreations. Each frozen structure served a tactical purpose, forming a battlefield that would test both combatants' abilities to survive and fight in extreme conditions. "Your suit's temperature regulation is failing," Bane observed, his voice carrying through the storm. "I can hear the system struggling. Soon you will feel the cold as I did, as I do. The venom in my blood burns hot, but the cold is an old friend." Batman's thermal sensors confirmed what he could already feel. The suit's heating systems were operating at maximum capacity, but the temperature continued to drop. Ice was forming on his armor now, adding weight and restricting movement. Even his grappling equipment was becoming unreliable in these extreme conditions. The trapped civilians had started stamping their feet rhythmically as they sang, an instinctive way to maintain circulation. Their voices grew stronger, as if they sensed their role in this drama, not just victims, but witnesses to a contest between primal forces. "Do you know why I chose this place?" Bane's question echoed through the frozen space. "This mill once transformed raw ore into steel through the power of fire. Now we transform it again through the power of ice, creation through extremes, breaking down to build up, just as Pinadoro broke and reformed all who survived it." Batman reached a large open area that had once been a loading dock. Ice formations had transformed it into something resembling Pinadoro's exercise yard, a space where prisoners had maintained their strength through endless repetitions of basic movements. Here, massive icicles hung like frozen bars, and frost patterns on the walls mimicked the watching eyes of guards. "I remember my first winter in the prison," Bane continued, his voice taking on an almost contemplative quality. "How the cold crept through the stone walls, how it made every breath a struggle. But those of us who survived, we learned to use the cold, to let it strip away everything weak, everything unnecessary. The stolen cold technology had created layers of ice that required careful navigation." Batman moved methodically, each step calculated, knowing that Bane was watching, studying his movements, assessing his adaptation to the extreme conditions. This wasn't just about physical combat, it was a test of endurance, of will, of the ability to function in an environment that wanted to freeze you solid. Through gaps in the ice formations, Batman caught glimpses of the civilians below. They had formed a tight circle now, the stronger ones on the outside protecting the more vulnerable within. Their singing had evolved into a steady chant, something between a prayer and a defiance of the cold trying to claim them. "They show wisdom," Bane observed, genuine respect in his voice. "Instinctively forming ranks, protecting their weak. Perhaps this is why you fight so hard for them, Batman. Not because they are helpless, but because they have strength they don't yet recognize." Batman's cowl picked up movement, Bane's men adjusting their positions, but still making no move to threaten the civilians. They were simply maintaining the perimeter, ensuring that everyone witnessed what was about to unfold. Their cold weather gear marked them as prepared, but their body language showed even they were affected by the extreme conditions. The path to the furnace room was becoming clearer now, but Batman knew it wouldn't be easy. Bane had created a gauntlet of environmental challenges, Areas where the cold was so intense it could freeze exposed skin instantly. Spaces where ice formations created natural choke points perfect for ambush. Sections where the footing was so treacherous that one wrong step could mean a fatal fall. "You're close now." Bane's voice carried a note of anticipation. "Can you feel it? The way the cold strips away pretense, leaves only what is real? In Penadoro we had a saying, 'Winter shows us who we truly are.' No masks, no tricks, no technology can hide your true nature from winter's embrace." The approach to the furnace room became increasingly treacherous. What had once been maintenance corridors were now tunnels of ice, their walls growing thicker with each passing moment. The stolen cold technology seemed to be concentrating its power here, creating an environment that tested the limits of human endurance. Batman's suit continued its struggle against the extreme cold, ice forming faster than the thermal systems could prevent it. His movements had become more deliberate, each step requiring conscious effort as the freezing temperatures worked to slow him down. But there was advantage in this limitation. It forced him to think more carefully, to consider each action rather than relying on his usual fluid combat style. "Your approach is different now," Bane observed, his voice carrying through the frozen corridors. "More measured, more thoughtful. The cold teaches us this. The conservation of energy, the economy of movement. In Penadoro, we learned that survival often depends on knowing when not to move." The old furnace room loomed ahead, its massive door now encased in thick ice. Where once it had contained the heat and power to forge steel, it now housed the heart of Bane's winter. Through the frozen windows, Batman could see the stolen cold technology, an array of machines assembled with brutal efficiency, their power transforming the mill into this Arctic proving ground. "Do you know what we called the deepest level of Penaduro?" Bane's voice seemed closer now. "El Pozo de Invierno," the winter pit. No sunlight ever reached there. The cold and darkness were absolute. Only the strongest survived. But those who did, they emerged with an understanding of true power. Inside the furnace room, the transformation was complete. The space that had once housed roaring fires and molten metal was now a cathedral of ice. Massive crystalline formations rose from floor to ceiling, their patterns recreating the architecture of Penadoro's most notorious level. The stolen cold technology pulsed with an eerie blue light, its power visible in the waves of freezing air that rippled through the space. And there stood Bane, his massive form somehow even more imposing in this frozen environment. The venom pumping through his system created visible heat waves that instantly froze in the extreme cold, surrounding him with a constant aurora of ice crystals. His breath through the mask created plumes of vapor that swirled and froze in complex patterns. "Welcome, Batman," he said, his voice carrying both strength and intelligence, the combination that had always made him such a formidable opponent. "Or perhaps I should welcome the boy who first learned about cold and fear in that well. Do you remember, Bruce, the darkness, the chill of the underground? Your first taste of winter's embrace?" The memory flickered through Batman's mind, the well he had fallen into as a child, the cold stones surrounding him, the bat's wings stirring the air. But he pushed it aside. Bane was trying to distract him, to make this psychological as well as physical. "The civilians upstairs won't survive much longer," Batman said, his voice steady despite the cold. "This isn't about them, Bane. This is between us." Bane nodded, appreciating Batman's focus. "They have shown remarkable resilience, more than I expected, but you are right, they are not the true purpose of tonight's lesson. They are merely the chorus in our drama of winter, and will..." The cold technology's hum grew louder, its power visibly intensifying. Ice formations grew more rapidly now, reshaping the space around them like a living thing. The temperature dropped even further, creating an environment that pushed the absolute limits of survival. "Your suit is nearly failed," Bane observed. "Soon you will feel the cold as I do, as I did in those endless winters underground. But I learned to embrace it, to let it feed my strength rather than drain it. The venom in my blood burns all the hotter in contrast to the cold around us." Batman moved carefully through the frozen space, analyzing the cold technology's configuration. To shut it down, he would need to disable multiple components simultaneously, but reaching them meant going through Bane. "You always seek the tactical solution," Bane said, reading Batman's movements. "Looking for the weak point, the fatal flaw. But some battles cannot be won through strategy alone. Sometimes we must embrace our most primal nature, the part of us that knows how to survive when all else fails." The massive fighter began to move, his steps surprisingly graceful despite his size. The ice beneath his feet crackled but held firm, as if recognizing a kindred force of nature. The venom system on his back pulsed with increased activity, preparing his body for combat in these extreme conditions. "In Penaduro," Ben continued, "we had a ritual during the coldest nights. The prisoners would fight not just each other, but the winter itself. Many died, but those who survived, they became something more than human, something forged in the marriage of cold and combat." The battle began not with explosive violence, but with a dance of position and adaptation. Both men moved through the frozen space with careful precision, each adjusting to the extreme environment in their own way. Batman's movements were economical, preserving warmth and energy, while Bane's were more fluid, the venom in his system allowing him to ignore the bone-deep cold. "You feel it now, don't you?" Bane's voice carried through the crystalline air. "The way the cold strips away all pretense, all technology, leaving only the essence of what we are. This is what Penaduro taught me. When everything else fails, what remains is our true strength." The cold technology continued its relentless work, ice forming in increasingly complex patterns around them. The furnace room had become a maze of frozen columns and treacherous surfaces, every step requiring careful consideration. The extreme temperature had transformed the space into something that seemed to exist outside normal reality, a domain where winter itself was a third combatant in their battle. Batman's suit had nearly frozen solid in places, the armor becoming as much hindrance as protection. But he had trained for conditions like this, had learned to adapt when technology failed. His movements became more primal, drawing on techniques learned in the world's harshest environments. "Yes," Bane observed, approval in his voice. "Now you begin to understand. The cold forces us to find strength we didn't know we possessed. In Penaduro, this was how we separated the truly strong from those who merely appeared powerful. Their first exchange of blows was almost gentle, testing strikes that allowed each fighter to gauge how the cold affected their combat abilities. The extreme temperature made every movement more costly, every technique requiring additional effort. The very air seemed to resist their motions, ice crystals swirling in their wake. Above them, through the frozen ceiling, the sounds of the civilians singing could still be heard, a reminder of what was at stake. Their voices had grown weaker but remained unified, a chorus of human warmth defying the artificial winter. "They sing to keep their courage," Bane said, moving through the ice formations with deadly grace, just as the prisoners would sing in the depths of Penaduro. Songs of home, of warmth, of survival. But in the end, it was not singing that kept us alive. It was the strength we found in the deepest cold. The battle intensified gradually, each fighter probing for advantage while conserving crucial energy. Batman worked his way closer to the cold technology's control systems, but Bane's defense was masterful. Each apparent opening was actually a trap, each weakness a carefully crafted illusion. Ice continued to form around them as they fought, creating new obstacles and opportunities with every passing moment. The frozen architecture of their battlefield shifted constantly, requiring continuous adaptation. Their breath created clouds that froze instantly, adding to the surreal atmosphere of their contest. "You've adapted well," Bane acknowledged as they circled each other. "The cold has stripped away your reliance on gadgets, on technology. Now we fight as nature intended, with the strength that lies at our core." His massive form moved with surprising fluidity, the venom system working overtime to maintain his body temperature. Batman's response was tactical. A series of strikes, aimed not at overwhelming Bane's strength, but at testing his adaptation to the cold. Even with the venom, no human body could function indefinitely in these temperatures. It was becoming a battle of endurance as much as skill. The stolen cold technologies Hume had taken on a different pitch, its systems straining to maintain the extreme environment. Ice formations grew more erratic, sometimes explosive in their sudden growth. The entire chamber had become unstable, the artificial winter threatening to spiral out of control. "Listen," Bane said, pausing in their combat. "The winter sings its own song now. In Penadur we learn to hear it, the voice of absolute cold, of primal survival. Some men went mad listening to it, others found enlightenment." The cold technology's unnatural song grew more intense, its systems straining beyond their designed limits. Ice formations exploded and reformed at random, creating a constantly shifting battlefield that challenged both combatants. The artificial winter was becoming unstable, threatening to transform the entire steel mill into a frozen tomb. "You see it now," Bane said, his voice carrying a note of grim satisfaction. "The true nature of cold, not just the absence of heat, but a force of its own. In Penadora we learned that winter itself has a will, a desire to test all who dare face it." Through his nearly frozen cowl, Batman's sensors detected critical changes in the chamber's temperature patterns. The cold was no longer simply extreme, it was beginning to create phenomena that shouldn't be possible outside of Arctic conditions. The air itself was starting to liquefy in places, forming pools of crystalline oxygen that glowed with an eerie blue light. Above them, the civilian singing had grown fainter but more determined. They had formed an even tighter circle now, sharing what little body heat remained. Their voices, though weakened by the cold, carried a strength that seemed to defy the winter attempting to claim them. "They inspire you," Bane observed, genuine respect in his tone. "Their resilience feeds your determination. This too I understand. In the prison, it was often the strength of others that helped us survive the deepest cold." The battle continued its measured pace, neither fighter willing to waste energy on dramatic movements. Every strike, every block, every step had to be carefully considered. The extreme cold had transformed their combat into something almost meditative, a deadly dance where efficiency meant survival. Batman worked his way steadily toward the main control panel of the cold technology, but each approach was met with Bane's incredible strength and tactical genius. The massive fighter seemed to anticipate every move, using the constantly forming ice structures to his advantage. "You still seek the technological solution," Bane said, blocking another attempt to reach the controls. "But perhaps that is not the answer. In Penaduro we learned that sometimes survival requires us to embrace the very force trying to destroy us." As if in response to his words, the cold technology's systems began to show signs of catastrophic failure. Ice formations grew more violent, sheets of frost exploding across surfaces with cannon-like force. The temperature dropped even further, creating conditions that no human could survive for long. "The winter claims everything in the end," Bane continued, his voice carrying over the growing chaos. "The only choice is how we meet it. with resistance or acceptance. Batman's tactical mind saw the solution just as the cold technology reached its critical point. The extreme conditions weren't just affecting the humans in the building, they were affecting the venom system that kept Bane alive. The tubes carrying the chemical were beginning to freeze, the liquid inside crystallizing. Bane realized it too. His movements became more urgent as he fought to maintain his body temperature. The venom that usually granted him overwhelming strength was now becoming a liability in the extreme cold. "You see it now," Batman said, his voice steady despite the freezing air. "Your strength turns against you. The cold shows no favorites, Bane. It breaks everything eventually." The massive fighter's breathing became more labored as his venom system struggled against the freezing temperature. Ice formed along the tubes, creating beautiful but deadly patterns that threatened to shatter the very thing that gave him his power. Perhaps, Bane acknowledged, this is the final lesson of winter, that even the strongest must sometimes yield to its wisdom. With deliberate slowness, Bane stepped away from the control panel. His movement was not one of defeat, but of understanding. The cold had taught them both something about the limits of strength, about the wisdom of knowing when to end a battle. Batman moved quickly to the controls, his frozen fingers working to shut down the cold technology. The system fought back, its unstable power threatening one final surge of winter fury before failing. "The civilians," Bane said quietly. "They will need warmth quickly." Working together, they began the process of shutting down the artificial winter. The cold technology's song faded gradually, its power diminishing as natural temperatures slowly returned. Ice formations stopped their explosive growth, settling into more stable patterns that would soon begin to melt. Above them, the civilians' singing grew stronger as the temperature began to rise. Emergency services, held back by the extreme conditions, could finally enter the building. The sound of rescue vehicles and medical teams replaced the howl of artificial winter. "You understand now," Bane said as authorities approached, "why I created this test. Winter strips us down to our essence, shows us who we truly are." He held out his wrists, accepting the inevitable custody. "Perhaps in Blackgate, I will have time to contemplate what the cold has taught us both." As the night drew to a close, the steel mill began its slow return to normal temperature. The ice formations that had transformed it into a piece of Penadoro gradually melted, their water running like tears down the old industrial walls. But they left marks, subtle patterns in the frost that would remind anyone who looked closely of the night winter itself had come to life in Gotham. The civilians were evacuated safely, their unified singing having helped them survive the extreme cold. They had discovered their own strength, their own ability to endure winter's embrace. Emergency medical teams treated them for exposure, but all would recover, carrying with them a story of survival that would be told and retold. Batman watched as Bane was taken into custody, noting how the massive fighter seemed at peace with the outcome. Sometimes the greatest battles ended not with decisive victory, but with mutual understanding. They had both learned something about strength and survival, about the wisdom that could be found in winter's harsh embrace. The night settled into a natural winter quiet, the artificial cold giving way to Gotham's usual seasonal chill. Stars emerged as the storm clouds cleared, their light reflecting off the remaining ice formations that decorated the steel mill. The city had survived another trial, its people proving once again their resilience in the face of extreme challenges. In the end, the lesson of winter was not about strength alone, but about adaptation, about knowing when to fight and when to yield, about finding warmth in the coldest moments through human connection and shared survival. As Batman disappeared into the night, these thoughts followed him, gentle reminders that even the darkest, coldest nights eventually give way to dawn. And so our tale of Gotham comes to an end. Let the gentle night embrace you as you drift toward peaceful dreams, knowing that somewhere in the darkness, the Dark Knight watches over his city. If you're not asleep yet, we will now play the ambience of Gotham City at night to help you fall asleep. And if you were just listening to our tales, we will see you next time. Good night, and sleep well.